Hey, it's Monica. Mo Justice. I'm over here bugging out on the fumes from a beautiful tub. Okay, we never get three jammies in one day, but I'm coming to y'all. Today was the funeral of the young man that was murdered. The 15-year-old who was dragged out of the grocery store and murdered in cold blood with the machete. So, this is a good look. So let me do it like this, but I gotta get something off my ear. And this might be good because I don't have too much chat stuff. Oh, shucks. Okay, so I was reading an article, and the article comes out of let me see. It's from the New York Daily News. It's from the New York Daily News, and the article is entitled City Council Members Demand Closure of Bronx Bodega Where Workers Fail to Help Teen Killed in Gang Attack. So, as you may or may not know, I don't agree with this. And I'll probably be one of the few people that don't agree with the call to action. I think you're looking for the wrong action. You're missing the root of the problem. The people's reaction is a consequence of the society we living in. Just like the crap that goes on here on the YouTube is a consequence of the society that we're living in. It's what we're accepting as rules. So I'm gonna read the article and then I'll comment. The Bronx Bodega a teenager was dragged from and then murdered in front of should be shut down, 3 city council members said. In a letter to the Department of Consumer Affairs Monday, council members, whoever, and whatever, people that voted them in from the community, said that Cruz and Chicky, I got other issues with that. The Cruz and Chicky Grocery on East 183rd Street did not show, and I quote, good moral character, end quote, required of licensed businesses because their workers did nothing to stop the slaying of 15-year-old Lysandro Guzman Felix on Wednesday night. The sickening attack of the teenager was caught on surveillance video. The store has been closed for business amid growing anger, including an online petition signed by more than 43,000 people, over 26,000 of whom live outside of New York. Please hold while I do the math. There was 43,000 signatures, and 26,000 of them do not come from New Yorkers. $17,000 people do not live within the jurisdiction of New York, but want to have a say in something. Okay, of whom live outside of New York, and 17,000 people probably don't even live in the Bronx. When you go through the New York, that's just a sidebar. So over 26,000 of whom live outside of New York, and calls for the revocation of the shop's business license. An owner who stands by idly while a 15-year-old is dragged out of his store and murdered in cold blood with the machete is no longer worthy of doing business in New York. I don't know what missive is, but the missive also accused shop clerks of not calling 911, but police, but NYPD chief of detectives said that was not the case because workers did call for help. Consumers Affairs says it is reviewing the letter. The council members sent a similar letter on Tuesday to the state liquor authority. Now, they might have more jurisdiction over this, asking the agency to revoke the store's liquor license, an attempt to cut into the bodega's revenue. So they're going to try to shut him down by cutting off his income. Torres said the number of petition signers living elsewhere is no surprise because it's a shock to the national conscience what happened. This showed a careless, indifferent. Revoking the license would send a crystal clear message that you have a moral obligation to intervene. The grocery owners could not be reached for comment, and Department of Consumer Affairs and State Liquor Authority had no immediate comment. All right, I want to just focus on a statement that's made here. Revoking the license would send a crystal clear message that you have a moral obligation to intervene. This right here, that one statement is going to haunt us for a long time, because when we're talking about rights of our Black boys, rights of our children of color to walk the street without any interference, we're going to have people calling the police on them because they're going to feel like it's a crystal clear message that you have a moral obligation to intervene just because they look a certain way. All these council people, now I haven't been in New York, I've never been a resident of the Bronx. City council is a washed up organization. I could have definitely ran for a seat in the city council and I probably would have won. Depending on who I would have ran against, I probably would have won. I'm not familiar with any of these names: Richie Torres, Vanessa Gibson, or Raphael Salamanca. But if you want, we could do some more research and come back later to see what type of I'm curious into their bios to see what type of cases or advocacy they've done in their roles and what they stand for and what kind of committees they sit on in the city council. Otherwise, to me, this is just a publicity stunt that is rectified or built upon the demise of a young man. I'm not putting his name in my title because I'm not interested in clickbait. I might put it in the description box just to say it's something that I discussed. But basically, if you are a parent in New York City, especially, I know it's so hard to evoke awareness in you to come out and look around you and see things that are to challenge rules that are being put in place, or laws, or shutting down of businesses, just because you need to be more alert to it. And you don't have a good guy like me sitting on these things that are making decisions that'll give you the flip side of it. What are you going to put in the place in lieu of that bodega? Are there other complaints stemming from this bodega? Is this bodega a nuisance? And this is why you're making these efforts. So this has been something that has had numerous complaints before, but this is the first time. Is it ground zero for the gang? I'm curious. What else is driving this discussion? What else is driving these action? Or was it the acknowledgement that so many people, how many was it? 26,000 that live outside the jurisdiction were concerned about it, and you're worried about your image. Who's visiting the freaking Bronx? They could help give our kids more programs at school, give them more community-based activities. Put your money with city council members where your mouth is. Put more technology into the classrooms. I will never forget sitting across from a city council member. Was he city council? I don't remember what fat ass was at the time. I think he was on the city council. Sitting across from a city council member, having been the PTA president at a middle school, that a principal came in from upstate New York, came in and ran our school every day inside of the local high school in the project, a junior high school. My daughter was zoned back to the junior high school, so I had to deal with her being zoned back to her district school. And this principal took the money. See, he wasn't expecting parents to be actively engaged. He didn't know who the hell I was. PTA president. He took the school money and bought himself a mahogany, long ass conference table, desk, the whole bang bang in his office. Had them remove all the it was some bullshit. I happened to be in the school doing a fundraiser for something for the kids. When furniture was being moved out, the cabinets and all the shit was being moved out, carpet was coming in, I had a fucking hissy fit. And that's a nice way of putting it. When I saw the mahogany furniture and stuff, yes, ma'am, in his office, carpet, the whole thing. Man, I started a campaign of everything. So we ended up finding out how much money he spent. I don't remember the actual number, but it was sickening. And the only thing that we could compromise to get with our local officials. And then it was going to change the school. So the city was working towards this new model, which was closing down the school and making academies inside of it. This man, intelligent as he was as a principal, decided, he went to some meetings about it and thought it was a good idea. So he made his own subcategory of that and made academies out of each of the grades, each of the areas on his own, which was a model the New York City public school system was moving towards, but he did it himself. He found a way to erect that, and people did a buy-in or whatever. I don't really care what model the school has as long as the fucking kids learn. So, me being the librarian, the only place or space I could advocate for was two things that the school was definitely missing based on our CEP, which is Comprehensive Education Plan. And one was an effective and efficient library. We didn't even have books in our library. We just had shelves. I went into the library. It's probably the result of libraries today. If you go into a real public library, because of technology, there's really no books on the shelves, but this thing just looked creepy. And besides, school laid in the middle of the projects. It fed the kids from the project. So I was having a hissy. There was no computer stations, no anything. So what we ended up doing was taking the money. Yeah, you could hit the like button. What we ended up doing was taking the excess money that he had and excess carpet, because I raised so much hell all the way down to Joe Klein being our chancellor. And my cries that day got all the way to the chancellor's office, where they stopped the installation in its tracks. And I had no influence at that time. I was just outraged. I had been on a couple of committees, so I was reaching out to people, but I was taking pictures. I was calling the media. I was doing everything that morning because I couldn't freaking believe it. Fast forward, they stopped the custodians in there. in their installation of his shit. Had to have a meeting, an emergency meeting, sent out emergency people from the district office and so on and so forth. So what we ended up negotiating was that the other carpet, because he was going to do like the inner office, whatever. So the carpet never got put down in his office. It ended up going in our library upstairs so that the kids who had no fucking books in the library could sit in corners of the library and read. So we made workstations like that, and we got some computers donated by some other council people and so on. But when I went to speak to the councilman and explain to him what the hell was going on here in the school, he said to me, well, I'm not going to put, they have some kind of, I don't remember the name of the money, but they have some kind of discretionary funds that they can give to different things in the community. At their discretion. And he was like, he would not give. And this was the guy that was all about science and technology. And what our kids was missing was a science lab. They had a science cart. I'm going to say this again. They were missing a science lab. You know, one laboratory where it has the Bunsen burners and the different things that kids need in 7th grade science and 6th grade science. And 8th grade science, and there's a mandatory test that they have to pass, that they need to have used some things inside of a science lab that they didn't have, but they had a science cart that reeled from room to room, classroom to classroom, and they thought that that was sufficient to meet the needs. So I went to these council people saying, we need a science lab. And I got all kinds of shit stories. And the guy was just like, oh, we can't trust him. As long as he's the principal, you need to work on getting him out as a principal. And that did not happen in my tenure. And I fought that man tooth and nail. I don't know what's up with the Wi-Fi today. I don't know what's up with my Wi-Fi today. But in any event, I fought hard for the school. And it was after my daughter graduated from the school. I think it was the following year, or it was several months thereafter, the principal got ousted out of the school. But it was on a sex scandal. Had nothing to do with, what is a science cart? All right, a science cart is when all of the things that you would have in a science lab are in a cart, and you wheel the cart from classroom to classroom. Yeah, he wasn't the person that had the sexual act. It was one of the teachers in the school, but it was brought to, I think it came out of the, in the investigation, it came out that he was aware of it and tried to push it under the rug because, you know, it was involving a Caucasian teacher and Black male students. Which brings me to my other thought as I'm looking at this. Yesterday, I'm watching the video with the Black children of color boys with their video about getting down on each other and how well they do it, and you know, their rap song about it. Then I'm looking at these young men that just savagely killed this other young man. And I say to the city council members in New York City, your focus should be on providing these young men with other opportunities, something to deter them from going down the road that those young men ended on. You should be outraged for the murder and for the self-destructive mindset that we have out here. And instead of spending your time focused on how to redirect this inappropriate behavior and find appropriate activities for them and engage them wholeheartedly on another level, because you know you can't correct that. And the reason why you know you can't correct it is what instilled the fear in the storekeepers for them to not want to participate, wanting to look the other way because of fear. Everybody's fearful of everyone's fearful of the absolute problem. So they go around and find other ways to walk around the problem. And I guess I'm going to see a whole bunch of YouTube videos out here, and everyone is going to be freaking focused on what an injustice this was, probably hang the kids, but you're not going to think about those 8 kids. And if you find out it's 20 or however many they arrested, they're already done. Their story has already been written. Whatever you can correct and reform, if you do have rehabilitation in your court system in New York, which I personally know you don't fucking got it. And that's on another level. But if you are able to rehabilitate them, fine. You need to reach the kid right now that's in kindergarten that can grow into that child. You need to be putting those resources there so that we don't have a repeat generation of whatever that is right there. Whatever that nemesis is right there, we need to take that out. That's what we need to smoke. That's what we need to run out of the license. We need to give them a license. We need to take away their license to terrorize our neighborhoods. Again, unless you can show us or demonstrate more evidence that this store was ground zero to some kind of illegal activity or something else that was more nefarious to this situation, I just feel that you are looking in the wrong direction when it comes to this. You need to do an analysis. Get your ass out from trying to be in the paper. You're wasting time contacting the Consumers Affairs Office who license businesses. I didn't even know that. The only person I thought he had probably an issue with, maybe no, because they probably make sandwiches and stuff because they're a bodega. You can definitely take away his liquor license because it's a privilege. But I don't know how you can take it away without arresting him. So there's a crime for not being a good Samaritan, but then there is a crime when you are a good Samaritan. And what would you be saying to his family now, the store owner had, or the clerks, had they all intervened? We just would be attending more funerals. And I bet you that was St. Patrick's Cathedral. You know, you can't, as an average person, get up in there. The only people get to have a funeral at St. Patrick's Cathedral is a police officer, a firefighter, or a dignified person. This was just a young man. So all of this, again, and I'm not just saying this is just a young man to marginalize his impact. If something good could come out of this death, that is great. Y'all just making, y'all are barking up the wrong tree, in my opinion. Definitely barking up the wrong tree. But I will... now I'm sounding like the YouTube people. I will take a cursory, which means very little, look into these council people's objectives, see when their next elections are to see if this is politically motivated for votes. And see what's been just dig around in their backgrounds and see what the motivation is here. Because I just think they're looking the wrong way. But I think the more serious problem is something that is harder to address and costs them more money. Taking the bodega out of business and making sure the bodega doesn't make business, that's not any real money that was going into the city's coffers, as aside from whatever rent he's paying for that building or taxes he's paying for the building. Everything else is geared around his, it's more politically motivated at this point in time. And if I was a parent, that's not what I would want. I don't know if it's hurting the community because they losing a store. Because normally, you know, if you ain't, I don't know where you live at, Cousin Sharice, but if I take you in my nasty ass bodega downstairs, They're not the best places to shop. They're just an opportunity to get junk. That's what I'm realizing. Like, I'm starving here because I'm not eating as I did in my other neighborhood. Because I don't want it. I don't want to consume the stuff. You got me reading bottles and bags and stuff, and it's dusty and nasty, and cats are all over the place. All these damn stores have cats. You ever been into a big supermarket chain and they got fucking cats running around? I'm just saying. But these little bodegas, they got cats running around inside of them, jumping all over the place, just looking freaking nasty. I'm just like, yeah. You ever been to like a big supermarket chain? Like when we had Pathmark, did Pathmark have cats hidden in the back? Hell no. You don't do stuff like that, you know. But the bodegas do. They're corner stores. They're privately owned. They're small businesses. And if I was a leader of a small business administration, a small business organization, I would probably be advocating for the store owner to keep his store. But the sad part about it is that the people in the community have the final say. When all the politicians disappear and all the buzz is gone next week, this is your community. Do you want to shop in that store? What is your feelings on it? What is your thoughts on it? Don't let people with their own agendas come into your neighborhood and start dictating to you what you need to have. No, but inside bodegas, these corner stores, you generally will see some kind of cat running around the store. Did the store, okay, according to the police officer, which is why I read the article, because that was one of my questions. I don't know what missive means. The missive also accused shop clerks of not calling 911, but NYPD Chief of Detectives Dermot Shea said that was not the case because workers did call for help. So that's why I feel like it's own your community. I know you're outraged. I was hoping that arrests would have taken place quicker. I don't have all the specifics. I don't know how kids that live in the Bronx end up here in New Jersey. I don't know what else they could have expected them to do. I've always looked at it from a position that if anywhere you live and you own a business, right? Let's talk about owning a business. When you own a business, you can't discriminate. So that means you can't discriminate on the good gang or the bad gang. Everybody in the store is treated the same way. But I said, if they can evidence that the store is a problem, ground zero, like it's the drug spot or it's the you understand, something that puts it along with the crime that happened, then I can understand you wanting to shut it down if it's been a nuisance to the community before this. But as I look at the store, I'm like, not for nothing. Well, first of all, the gates are closed on the store, which means he couldn't do business there. Don't let politicians come in your shit and just try to run your shit. You should ask communities, you know, just because I'm called the shit ass communities. But, you know, just don't let them come in and try to dictate to you what you should be doing inside of your own communities. When it's obvious that if they really had your child, if they really had the community's best interests in mind, they will find other activities to engage the children. This is why I fought so hard when we had the Beacon program because the Beacon program stayed open till 10 o'clock in the nighttime, to have that in our community, because I knew that there was, as a parent, there were nights when I got off of work at 6 o'clock, but the train, if you ever took the train from New York, it take me 2 hours to get home. Daycare normally ends at 6. Most programs normally ends at 6. You can't really find anything open past 6. So I knew that there was a need to have something open where kids would be safe and feel like they could play without all of the supervision, but some supervision. So the Beacon was that program that we brought over there. And then the people that lived in the houses that outlined the projects wanted their kids in the Beacon program as well. So it opened up to the broader community. But we always thought about what can we do, or at least I did. What can we do to engage our kids, to have our kids actively engaged while we were not present? Because we have to work. And that goes for single mother homes or two parents in the home. It is difficult with the workload today. If you work in a 9 to 5, both parents, and you are raising kids. You need activities to engage them, especially latchkey kids. Even though, anybody know the ages of these? I didn't do that much on the story because I was trying not to. I'm just always intrigued. If the store is drug spot, Lando, do not. I'm not saying the store is a drug spot. I said if the only offense these people did was not call the police in your takeaway of the event, and there's no other complaints about the store, then I think that this is the wrong relief to be sought. You need to go in and find activities to engage the children. I said, if the store has other things that are going on that are unlawful going on inside of the store, then they need to then they should take an opportunity to get rid of it. But charge it in concert with what happened. Then you make a better stake. But what you're going to charge the people in concert with? Standing around not doing anything? What crime is that? Minding your own business? Hard stance to take. Victims will feel a certain way about that. I know. Because I know how this stuff blows up over here. But I would definitely take the position that we need to do more with the youth. It's not a lose-lose situation. I think honestly, can you operate a business there under this? Like, what is the neighborhood really wanting to come in your establishment anyway? Like, is he having business as usual in the first place? I mean, I know my local stores. I won't help anyone ever again. Oh, baby, just causes you to risk way too much. And according to this article, unless someone can produce something differently, the article that I was reading is based on the New York Times, the New York Daily News, and according to them, the clerks, they're not even. You notice how they're the clerks. So the store owner has already. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's interesting. The store owner has removed himself or herself from liability. I wonder who really owns the store, if it's some big people with thick pockets. Because if you are going to sue somebody for wrongful death, you always look for the big pockets, which is equivalent to what we were saying in our infamous case here on K Street, is that you would go after the hotel and the hotel ownership because they have the thick pockets. So I wonder if that is playing into all of this, if that's playing into all this concern that, and I think I wrote it on the title of this. It's the language and it's the words that people say, that the store lacked good moral character. But here's another thing, just some legal thoughts out here from a non-attorney. Can you treat a business as if it's a person? Because they says, because it's saying that the Cruise and Cheeky Grocery, which is a business, did not show good moral character. They're not naming the thing. So for the other YouTubers that like to do all this stuff, maybe someone should look into who is the who's the owners of who owns this? Who's the owners? They did not show good moral character. You cannot treat a business as if it's a person. And then there's the other part down here where their whole intent, the outcome of revoking their license, sends a crystal, not just any clear, a crystal clear message that you have a moral obligation to intervene. It said, this showed a careless indifference to the life of a child. So this sounds like, it says indifference, but this sounds like endangerment. But the endangerment is that we don't have activities, constructive activities that redirect the gang. But I have a whole thing about New York and the gang system, because anytime 2 or more kids formulate a group, they dub it a gang. So it's like when 2 or more gather, it's a gang. People don't want to build anything anymore. It is much easier to destroy. The parents and family who hid the killers, that was another thing, will get no punishment, but store owner gets punished for the thing. This is, I said the same thing. I was astonished that this is where the community, that's why I said when all the smoke is cleared, and unless maybe somebody wanted this building, because that looks like prime real estate to have it. King of Foes told me to stay and mind my business and stay in New Jersey where I belong and not go looking up at the Bronx. So I can't go be nosy in the Bronx. But if I could, I would. I gotta laugh at that one. Wait. Y'all don't stop. In anywho. Yes. I lost my whole train of thought with that one. Lando. Oh my goodness. Who hid the killers? Yeah. So I was concerned about that, because I felt the outrage would have made parents turn in their kids. How did all of them get to the Bronx? Are they all relatives? Or these kids like? I mean, how did they all get from the Bronx to New Jersey? And they would all be in Patterson. Is that where I heard they were found? So it's more. It's I don't know. I don't want so here on Mo. I don't want to get caught up in all of the details because these things spiral out of control. But I don't want people and politicians just thinking that you just come into a community and pimp their crisis and think you just come with a short-term remedy, close this down, another one builds up in its place. So what happens? Nugget, what happens there? You just send that clear message. What do you put in its place? Do you close down the grocery store and put a community center there for the kids to be able to have activities to deter them from formulating the gang? Nugget and my hand be killing me. I don't know. There is though. It all depends. It all depends where they were found. Do we know that their parent that whomever? I'm wondering when it's considered harboring a fugitive though, because like if someone escapes from jail and you keep them in your home, you know you're going to jail. I don't know. Because I think at first they didn't have any names. They only had face descriptions. School is out in New York, so but those pictures was clear. They had crystal clear pictures. Hey, Miss Coleman, they had crystal clear pictures. Anybody else have anything else to weigh in? Just my overall take to wrap it up again is that politicians need to focus their letters on things that could really help the community at whole. You serve a greater community. You have to sometimes assess the entire needs for the whole community. And if people are fearful of your life that they got, first of all, who the hell is running around with machetes, running through the streets of New York with machetes? Or have town meetings? Okay, here's the problem with that. They can have a zillion town meetings. Have you been to a PTA meeting in New York? No, I have. Where I was the only PTA president was there and the other people that got elected. Yo, let me tell you, I was in a school where you couldn't even get a quorum to have an election. People would get elected with just the people that nominated themselves. Because people are not engaged. They're not participating. When they put this, Mimi, hi, Giggle C, hi, you're back. Oh, I've been on for a second. We're talking about, I came in here talking about the city council's response to the store owner. The wanting to revoke licenses so they can't operate the business, to put them in a financial strait because they said they did not act. So they do. In New York, I'm gonna say that they do have New York is better than most places. Do not get me wrong. They do have a lot of things in place in terms of meetings and stuff because they're formalities so that they can go ahead and proceed with actions. So there is always notice and there's always all of the things. And I'm sure that's indicative of most places that whatever the law provides for them to do in order to facilitate their political agendas gets put out there. The attendance by the average citizen is low. And failure to attend is how you get laws and rules put out there. There's really laws or statutes developed without your influence. Well, I don't. This is a sad tragedy, and it's an eye opener. But New York or the Bronx, because I'm going to isolate it and say the Bronx. The Bronx will be always concerned about the 26,000 people outside of the Bronx, making them happy. When the 17,000 New Yorkers weighed in, how many of them actually come from the Bronx? Because out of, and out of the New York area, that will include upstate New York as well as downstate New York, which is the other 4 boroughs. So 17,000 people to sign a petition in the big ass state of New York like that is really like a little piece of the pie. Okay. See, I don't even, so the only part, so as of today and right now, this moment, the only part of this story I know is that a young man was in the grocery store in the bodega, was pulled out, knifed, macheted by some other young men, and they ran off, and there was a manhunt. There was a, he subsequently died in the hospital. Store owners did nothing. Adults stood by and watched, and the kids that did it were at large. And the only other part of the story I know is that the kids at large were arrested, and yesterday some were arraigned here in New Jersey and will face extradition back to New York. And that is all I know about the story. And now the only other part I know is that the community is looking for, the council people are looking to close down the store by removing its license to operate business. And how this became of interest to me initially was that I heard that they wanted to boycott the store because I got an email, and I happened to have been in New York, and I was in the Manhattan area where they were trying to rally up people at the train station because I use a train that goes into the Bronx, and they were rallying up people at the train station to go into to go and protest this grocery store. So I was approached on the platform if I wanted to participate in a protest for $5. Y'all heard me right. For $5. I looked at this person. I was like, no, I want to get, the trains are not even running. I want to get my ass back home. But they were asking people, yes, pay protest. I forgot that part the other day. And I know when I look back at the video, I was like, fuck, I meant to tell them that it was for $5. And I didn't go into how I heard about it. But it was for $5 on the platform if you want to go there. So there was 2 young ladies standing next to me. And they was like, we should go. I don't have $5, right? So then the girl said, do we get a Metro card too? So apparently the $5 was supposed to cover your transportation, because that's what they told them. It's like a Metro card to go up to go up there. So I said to the 2 young ladies that was standing next to me, I said, y'all need to go wherever y'all was gonna go, because you don't know how that shit might turn out, and you might end up in a coffin. going to somebody protest. Because I had not heard in detail the story. So the two girls looked at me and we all got on the train together. And that was it. We giggled about it for a minute, but I said, oh, mentally, I'm going to look this up. And that's what made me look it up. Now I fault the authorities because they are trained to handle different situations. They could have stopped further issues. What further issues? Do you think he should be shut down? No, I don't think he should be shut down. Based on the information that I have just presented that I know about the case, nothing is telling me to shut down the store right now. And I said things that would influence me differently is if you say that this is like ground zero, a lot of activity, unlawful activity occurs inside that facility, you know, inside that store. This is not the first case of something like this happening or something of that effect. Then I'll be like, oh, you know. But if you ever had a local store that's on your, like, I live downstairs. Downstairs there is a bodega downstairs. You know, they know all the people. I moved here one day. Remember, I put the video up. Somebody was dead on the street. Nobody knew this person was dead on the street. Until the daylight came out, you could see him dead on the street. He was hit by a car. I didn't know why the person was dead on the street. All I knew was that a person was dead on the street, and I saw the police cars in the morning. Later on, I got the story, and they said the man was crossing the street in the middle of the night. He was drunk, and he got hit by a car. And he died there on the street. Everybody here knew who the man was. Everybody knew everything. They all knew the story except for whoever hit and ran him. And apparently the bodega don't have cameras on it, but there's some clubs and stuff in the church up there. So they were pulling video footage from the stoplight up there to see if they could figure out what car might have hit him, who might have been in the area in the middle of the night when he got hit. All of that to say, the corner store knows everybody. The bodega probably knew all the parties involved if they all lived there. You know, they all frequent there, so they all customers. You just start calling the cops on your customers. If you start calling the cops on your customers, we're going to be going through another round of some kind of profiling of our youth. We need our youth to have as less contact with the police as possible. Then we'll be sitting up here talking about Black Lives Matter again. We'll be going through that whole phase again. We'll be in the same circle, the same loop again, over the same issues. So Mimi, where are you? I'm not familiar with you, Mimi. Where are you getting that information from? So I could look it up and use it, not based on your statement, but based on something I can find on the internet, so I could tie it in. So I'm responsibly reporting facts. Otherwise, I will just preference it like this. If you would like to do that, Mimi, point me where I can find those details. It was at least 2 men in the store. Okay, Mimi, what state you in? Let's start with that. Because now, see, some of your part of your statement appears to be based on emotion. Go to my group. Make this go viral on Facebook. Is that the name of your group? Make this go viral on Facebook? I don't do Facebook. I'm very secure in myself. I watched the video footage. All right, I'm in Ohio. Okay, so you're in Ohio. You can't go around New York shooting guns up in the air. Boop, boop, you can't do that. So that's why I wanted to know where you was at. And only reason why I can speak to some kind of intelligence about behavior is because I lived in New York. So in the surveillance tapes, P Money, you're telling me in the surveillance tapes they showed the the people in the store walking behind him as he's getting pulled out of the store? You're following Junior's brother. So, Mimi, how passionate are you about this? And I want to go back up and see a comment from Lando, who's been here earlier. If that's the community, he's in danger either way. I'd work on moving. Yeah, well, you know what? To be quite honest, as a store owner, I wouldn't want to have a store in that neighborhood anymore either, with this big thing going on. Only because it got out here and it blew up in the social media. Is it a big thing? He probably would have been doing business as usual the day after, as in most murders. And the intricate thing about this is that this wasn't a shooting. So it even sounds more heinous. Normally we hear crimes and we see it involves shooting. I can feel your hurt, Mimi. I can hear it in what you wrote. It's there. And I know you're following them because of the incident. All I'm gonna say to you, based on, I don't know how long you've been here on these YouTube streets, follow with caution, because people will put all kinds of information out here that is not accurate to the case. All because they want to get views. All because they want to have people look at them and they're wanting to build up their channel. And eventually YouTube will do the YouTube move and they will take away any monetizing around channels that are focused on the story, because it looks like this story is going to blow up for days, because now we got city council members and everybody else involved and the passion is so there. But again, just based on what you said, in New York, you can't go popping up. You can't go shooting up in the store, and the store owner might not even have a weapon behind. Might not even have a license, because they didn't say they was going to try to take away his license to carry. They said they was going to take away his license to operate a business in New York and his consumer. And I don't even know that you need to register your store. And the other thing that they was going to take away is his liquor license. And normally you lose your liquor license by violating some of the liquor license rules. And because the liquor license is to a person, they didn't arrest anybody at the store for failing to assist. And I don't know if you could arrest somebody for failing to assist, unless you're going to say that they was in concert with the young men. Their actions help the young men do this. They participated in the murder at some point. Now, if you show me you doing that, then I can see a whole bunch of connections being made. But that is all speculation. It's a lot of ifs there. I got to go up, catch up with y'all. Then you all will have a different perspective on the whole situation. Okay, you have to watch the surveillance tapes. Which ones? The only tapes I saw. Okay, P Money. How do you get to play the tapes without being flagged by YouTube? I'm basing this off of the conversations I haven't seen. I'm following Junior's family on his. Then you'll see a different perspective. So, P Money, you feel the store was in on it? Coleman, not saying that, but from the looks of it, they didn't care either way. Oh, so P Money, you saw the tapes and you saw the person walking behind them as they was pulling him out the store. Didn't they say the guy was the wrong person? Yes, but right now, it doesn't matter if the wrong person for what. It doesn't matter to me who the killers were looking for. Would they have been any justified if they would they have been any more justified if they were found who they were looking for? What was they supposed to be looking for? I heard that. You can't mix both topics, because even if I don't want to go there. I know how this goes on this YouTube streets. So I don't want to go there. I want to focus on they killed this kid. He's important right now. Who they was looking to kill is lucky right now. But they ended up killing this kid. What do you mean governors are being watched? Miss Wright. Who had a gun? Oh, 1 second. All right, I'm sorry, I'm going back. It was said he had a gun in the store. All right. Selling liquor in the bodega. I don't know. Can you have a gun inside the store and you selling liquor? What's up? Hey, Sharice, Miss Radada. Right. They didn't commit any crimes to lose their license. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They didn't commit any crimes we know of. Hey, Lisa Marie, if your life is in danger, you can shoot your gun if you are licensed. You're in Ohio, so let's just say that that's what you could do in Ohio. I don't know the rules in New York, because most people that are not law enforcement in New York do not have a gun. But I do have a friend that has a carry permit in New York. And guess what I will do? I will text him. Let me find him. Now I gotta remember his name. That's weird because I'm sorry, you guys. Just give me a second. I'm looking for. I had to remember his last name. All right, I only have one entry for him. So let's see if he answers. If he answers my text message, then I'll text him and say, I'll ask him, in New York, can you fire a warning shot with your permit? Please hold while I take down messages, while I take down questions. This is why I'm really trying to reach out to another YouTuber, because I think that him and I would do a very good session like this. All right, so is we want to know, can you fire off a warning shot? Miss Rod, can you fire? Well, it all depends. It all depends. Each state has different rules. So if your life is in danger, but that's interesting. You say if your life is in danger and you're the person that owns the weapon, this was somebody else's life in danger. What happens if you, no hypotheticals on the YouTuber? Everybody's not a vigilante. It is sad. He is going to get justice. The justice component of this was finding all of these kids and arresting them and prosecuting them. And the other effect of it is not running around here blaming the store owner so that the kids could, well, I don't know how they would get out of it. I don't even know what kind of defenses one would make. I'm sure everybody's going to be mentally insane. I'm all missed with that one. All right, if your life is dependent on, what's the topic, Sharice? The junior murder and thing. Absolutely. Her granny Lisa. I agree with P Money. Saw it. All right, Lisa saw the video. Okay, Lisa, you got anything to add about the video? Down south, see, license only. New York laws are different. So New York got gun laws. Yeah, well, whoever gets the privilege to carry. Normally, the only people carrying in New York is police officers, off-duty police officers, and people that have to work, like armor car guys. You know, people that work in certain professions are the only ones that are carrying weapons. It's illegal to have a gun in New York. I don't know about store owners and stuff like this. Exam this am home to shower, just got back. Well, I hope you did well on your exam. Okay. Did the baby come, Lisa? Okay. Oh, or however you spell it. Who, Monica? That's it. Extra sad. I can't say for certain, but I believe these guys came behind the counter to drag Junior. Okay. We understand that they dragged them out the store. Oh, we have 4 centimeters, y'all. 4 centimeters. As soon as I find some footage that's not coming off of the Facebooker, I'm getting I got all my info through the Facebook. And there's one young lady that's so passionate on my Facebook. Hold on. I always get this damn call from Brooklyn. Thank you for choosing Hilton Hotels. I ain't stayed at a Hilton in I don't know how long. Hold on, guys. Let me see. Now I'm acting like real YouTubers here. The Daily News, the New York Post. All right, let me go to the New York Post. Everybody is not built to put their life on the line. They stay safe so they can get back home to their families. You come behind a counter, you can be handled. Let me tell you something. It is easy to Monday night quarterback a lot of this stuff, but in New York specifically, I don't know about other places. They arrest first and give a damn about you later. You see how different newspapers carry this? So, according to the New York Post, right, the innocent Bronx teen who was dragged from a bodega and hacked to death by gang members was laid to rest Wednesday following a somber ceremony. More than 1,000 mourners packed. Oops, I stand corrected. He was not at St. Patrick's Cathedral. He was at the Cornelius Cavernous. So he was at Our Lady of Mount Carmel Church in the Belmont section of the Bronx, because Belmont section, whenever they say that, that's in the Bronx, 8 blocks away from where his life was cut short. If it was a little white. Why you had to say that and I'm reading it like out loud? First of all, astute observation, P Money. Just before Guzman's closed casket was let out of the church, his teary-eyed dad put both hands on his face, shook his head, and gently touched the casket, black with silver molding and draped in a white cloth. Okay, so I'm skimming because I have to be responsible reporting here. A week ago, Guzman Felix was ripped from a bodega and butchered on the streets on the sidewalk by a pack of okay. I ain't calling nobody's gang, but this gang is called Trinitarios in a case of mistaken identity. The tragic teen had dreams of becoming an NYPD detective and was part of the Explorers program. Oh, that's no program. Well, actually, it was a new program when my kids were in school, so it's like an auxiliary police officer program where they use civilians, but in this case, it's kids. The police believe the gang members confused Guzman Felix for a young man in a sex video that featured a sister of one of the gang's members. One of the gang members. A series of surveillance videos showed the teen desperately trying to hide behind the counter at the grocery store. So this confirms the other lady's statement in the chat. As gang members hunt him down, and then stumbling back into the store for help after being stabbed multiple times. So I'll just repeat that just so it's clear. A series of surveillance videos showed the teen desperately trying to hide behind the counter at the grocery store. As gang members hunt him down and then stumbling back into the store for help after being stabbed multiple times. 8 men have been arrested and charged with murder, including 6 who were collared this week in Paterson, New Jersey, and extradited to New York. So their asses are in New York. So we don't have to worry about this. They are back in New York. They and another man who was busted Tuesday are expected to be arraigned in Bronx criminal court on Wednesday. So, answer to other questions. Whoever harbored them, their asses is all. Everybody's in the Bronx. So, what do we want to explore next? I'm nosy. I want to know who the other people were that were arrested. Newly arrested guy was charged with murder, manslaughter. Interesting. He was charged with murder, manslaughter, and criminal possession of a weapon. The brutal nature of this crime, we will leave literally no stone unturned until we make sure that we get justice and we make sure that everyone involved in this incident are brought to justice. The crew, and they list all their names. I'm not making people that kill people on here. Appeared in Passaic County Court in New Jersey on Tuesday. Another suspect was arrested in the Bronx and pleaded not guilty to murder charges. Oh. I see why they had to put manslaughter, because everybody didn't murder him. This is going to be a hard case to try also. Because there were so many people stabbing him. Oh, wow. And public defenders would not take the case because they whined to the court that their families have been threatened. Oh. Hold on 1 second. I turned on this thing. Oh, I stand corrected. The article is saying that the families of these kids that did the that did the stabbing, they're saying that their families have been threatened. Said the 6 men are extremely concerned for their families in the wake of their arrest. Social media has been very active about this case. The families are being threatened. Children. So here we go again with the YouTubers and the social media being, I don't know, what did you call them, Ms. Coleman? Vigilantes? This Citizen Kane shit that's going on with the YouTube and the social media outlets is a hot freaking mess. This is where I get my personal opinion. If you wanted to be in law enforcement and you wanted to be a detective and everybody be talking about they hate the man, this is a perfect opportunity for y'all to use your resources and get your ass a job with them. Stop trying to solve crimes here on your social media shit. One of the councilmen is calling on the clerk to lock them up and throw away the keys. Gang members who drag a young teen out of a bodega and then hacked him to death repeatedly with knives and a machete deserve to rot in prison for the rest of their lives, he wrote in a letter. I don't think there's going to be much much disagreement in that area. Why did they drag him? Hey, Nikki C. According to this now, the information. So wait a minute. Let me get all my facts together now. Even though I keep saying that one to me is not really an important thing. We got 8 young men arrested. for murdering one young man. So the 8 young men belong to a gang that starts with a T. And according to the article, the gang was looking for a man, a young man meeting the description of the other guy. I don't want to see the video, P Money, but I know what you're saying. They was looking for a young man who allegedly raped one of the, you know what? I hate saying gang members. Somebody affiliated with the kids that was doing this. Well, thank you, Nikki, for saying that. You know, I'm turning over into another conversation. I wasn't expecting this to go all over here like this. Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, if I watch any video, I won't be airing it on my I won't be airing it on this platform because the one thing I disliked so much about the Kanika case was that we kept reliving the videos over and over again. So I won't be doing that here. It's out of an abundance of respect for victims. I don't think that you need to be. It needs to be just republished all over the place in every place. And that's it. And if you've never, that's just it. It's just I'm not going to participate in it. There'll be plenty of places where you can see it at. What I saw, honestly, what I saw was enough. Just seeing him being pulled out of the store and pulled out of the store and it looked like he may have ran back in the store. I saw him being pulled out of the store. I saw machetes. I saw somebody doing a jigger move with a knife. So I was just like, I was too done with that. So I won't be doing it. But I was just trying to answer in the case question. Can you send me the link, P Money, or tell me where to find it? Nikki, I'll send us the I think this has videos on it. I think it has, if you hit on some of the links will go to the thing. I will look, well, let's look now. I want to look for an article from the New York Times. And the reason why I look at the different papers is because it gives you a different perspective. It gives you a different perspective about it. I think the videos in and of itself, the video I saw, because you know the outcome, makes it daunting. But I would probably, for New York people, I would probably go to New York Post for stories. Not really, but the Daily News might have. I'm not sure who would still be posting the videos right about now. And here's the danger of all of this reporting over in the cyberspace, because then it leads to, where do you get an unbiased pool of jurors from? I don't think anything was, well, I have to see the video. I'm sure listen, no investigation in New York is going to be as messy as that shit in the Rosemont. I'm sorry. I got to hold down my city, my state. There's no way we would have a messy ass thing like that. That's not going to happen in New York. You probably won't get to see all the footage anyway. You'll only see a limited amount of whatever they would put on the news. Whatever's good to be shown on the news is what you'll be able to capture. You won't be running around seeing the shit from 25 fucking angles like you did the thing. You know, this is where we need to understand that there's an anomaly here. Kanika's case was odd. No one's going to be going to no NYPD website, pulling up fucking videos, paying $62 to get all the footage. Not going to happen. That's not going to happen. They may seal this docket until, because of the age of, no one said anything about how old these kids are. No one, at least I haven't read. Maybe they're all above 18, but you know, no one seemed to have gone to family court and have to go back into, because, you know, in New York, if you commit a crime under the age of 16, if you're under the age of 16, it goes to family court. If it's murder or things like that, then it can get escalated and go into the real court. And when I say real court, the difference is that when you go into family court and you're tried as a juvenile delinquent, you have a lesser sentencing than if you try as an adult. Also in New York, if this is your first crime and you're a kid, you have a few safety nets that are put in so that you do not spend the rest of your life in jail. And it's kind of because of your age that you commit a crime. We all talk about influence. We're always big influences here. There's a lot of things that influence your behavior. So, I'm sorry I have to always wear the hat on all the sides, you know, things that people don't want to hear. But, you know, it's easy to say throw away the key when it's not your kid that the key is being thrown away on. And I know it's just as hard to hear that when you're the victim. But I will remind people that there was in New York, the Central Park Five that was supposed to have allegedly raped this woman inside of Central Park on a wilding attack. And they spent several years in jail before they were vindicated and were found out to be innocent. And there was a whole mentality to hang them and get rid of them and do all this other stuff. What? So that's just crazy. Who's Joe Jackson? Anyway. Yeah, Trump led the death. Who's Mike's dad? Oh, Michael Jackson. Man, shut up. What day did Michael Jackson die in June? The only reason why I know Michael Jackson died in June because it's the same month Chico died, but I don't remember what day Michael Jackson died. Yo, y'all know I am not the smartest tool in this shit. sometimes I do act like I got blonde hair. I'm sorry for that. You just gotta bear with me. That Trump led to death penalty. Him and Farrah Fawcett. Right, him and Farrah Fawcett died the same day. And I was always so into Farrah Fawcett and her butt cancer that I'm sorry to say it like that. But I'm sorry. I remember where I was at when I got the news that Michael Jackson was being rushed to the hospital, because I'm gonna tell you, I was at work and I saw people crying. Oh, wait a minute. He answered me. Hi. Wait a minute. I have a weird question. This is my former coworker. But I went to high school. I always went to high school with somebody, but we but we worked at the same job. Me too. I remember where I was. What was the question we're gonna ask him? The carry gun permit. If you have a license, no. It's to fire a warning shot, right? Let me make sure all my words are spelled right. Your gun license, comma. Does it permit you to fire a warning shot in New York? Question mark. I'm debating with someone over the recent murder of the 14-year-old. That's so he could give me some answers. I think they are. I think they are, but you know. Well, what's the difference between discharge your weapon in the air? At least not here. But yeah, I don't think you could do it in New York. But we had someone passionately in the chat who has been following the family and stuff. Her name is Mimi on the Facebook, and she's from Ohio, and she just felt that Junior's brother said Junior's friends that he met to give him $5 set him up. All right. Let me give the face. I need to be editing stuff. I heard all this shoot to kill. Well, we're waiting to see a response. Joe Jackson, dad at 89. I didn't know my dad was older than him. How many people did you see, Nikkei? So, although I don't have eyes on it, Wait a minute. I know you knew. Hold on. Well, Mimi, I hope you subscribe because you're new. And you can come back and bounce the stuff off of me that you hear on the YouTube streets. And the reason why I'm saying that is because a lot of people are not. No, I'm not making no faces. A lot of people here on the YouTube, you don't know what you're into because you're new here. You're new here. These folks will go with stories. They just do irresponsible reporting of stuff, and you will get a lot of stuff that's not factual. And I make faces all the time. You can ask the people in the chat. I'm just a face maker. It's a bad habit. It's a bad habit, but when you come around me a little bit longer, you'll see. But it's not anything personal. But these folks here, and I was looking through the scrolling up. If I was making faces as I was scrolling up, trying to get to your name and your message. Oh, and the faces because you're giving me something else that maybe it may be information you have, but I would have to fact check it before I start saying it because these people will cut and paste. Oh, okay. So you know how, oh, Mimi, you know how this goes. Okay. I'm glad you over here. Oftentimes, the folks here will add things that are not supported by fact or shouldn't be out in the public air yet because you're very well connected. You're coming from the family's group. This may be information that they may not want out in the public air. You know, even though they said it there, they might not be wanting to have all of that information disseminated out here. And you have to respect the family because until they get justice, which is these kids, whoever did this crime, are locked up, charged, convicted, and sentenced. They are still in the phase of gathering information. And all social media can do is work in the benefit of the criminal. So Nikkei is saying that in the video, there's a grandma, 3 other guys, and the worker in the store. That's what I was gonna say. The license is your gun permit. Your license is to protect yourself. Meaning, if you pull, you shoot at a target that's trying to harm you. But what's the thing about someone else? Because I think New York is way defending somebody else in New York is way bad. I seen people go at it. No, P-Man, you gotta tell me about me. And she's like, what's the face about? The face is about just trying to just be responsible. I never done this before because I wasn't on the Kanika case. And I know that I'm coming from a bad place saying don't shut down the store. But I'm not saying don't shut down the store. I'm saying find resources for kids so they don't be in gangs. And, you know, I know that life is different in other states. It's in other states. We don't have to have gangs in New York. It's not that kind of world. So it's something that is avoidable if we have activities that people could participate, that kids could participate. I wish I still had venue connect to LA. You is so silly. You would have a Good Riddance Joe Jackson party. Yeah, it's always good to have different opinions. It's always good to hear also what really happened. But those Facebook groups, I wish, well, I'm glad. Well, so what I'm going to say is I'm glad they already made arrests expeditiously. You know, you can't expect the city that is supposed to be able to prevent terrorist attacks not to find a group of kids that was thugging and bugging. But I hope at the same time they are looking for whoever raped the young lady. And this is what happens, and the police department should be ashamed of themselves because this is what people resort to. So who knows? They might not even really be a gang in the first place. They just might have been a bunch of people that were friends of, a bunch of young men who were friends of somebody who got raped. Mimi's gonna drive me to drink. Okay, I'm gonna go back with my original thought. Here's my original thought. See, Sharice, cousin Sharice, this is why I'm gonna go back to my original thought. I'm gonna start where the story started for me. It doesn't matter why they were looking to kill this young man. They killed him. It only becomes sad because it wasn't who they were looking for. That doesn't even make sense because it wouldn't be a sad story if they found the person they was looking for. So if they had murdered the person they were looking for, that would be okay. You cannot take this stuff into your own hand. I think that's what the outrage was. The child ran for help and got nothing, and they're trying to figure out a way to penalize the parent. They're trying to penalize the parents. But now I'm gonna just, because I'm a New Yorker, I'm gonna find a story to read for y'all. He didn't answer me back yet. I got another story to read for y'all. And this took place in, I think, the 70s. In an affluent neighborhood in Queens. And the person, her name was Kitty Genovese. I'm trying to see if I can find the actual story of her murder. Okay. Queens neighborhood still haunted by the Kitty Genovese murder. Oh, so Nikkei, they did call 911. The other article this morning says the police confirmed that they did call 911. Yes, but I think they're charging them from a strategic point of view. You charge for the highest crime all the way down to the lowest crime because you have to look to see who did the murder, who caused her, because each defendant is going to say whatever their defendant did is going to argue that their thing didn't contribute to the death. It's what caused the death. So they might get down to which wound. Was it the machete? Was it, who did it? If you want to get like really specific. So you would have to probably look at manslaughter because you may not be able to pinpoint which one caused the death. Whose activity, whose knife wound caused the death. It wasn't like one person was fighting at a time. They were all over the place, all over him, stabbing him. Okay. I'm reading this story just to give y'all some leverage into understanding a culture. And this is in another side of Queens. This is not in the Bronx. This took place in an affluent neighborhood in Queens. The bartender at Austin's Hale House in Kew Gardens, Queens, shook her head as soon as she heard the words Kitty Genovese. That name has been plaguing this neighborhood for more than half a century, since that March night in 1964 when Miss Genovese, 28, was raped and murdered on her way home to her apartment above the space that houses Austin's, which was then a bar called Old Bally's. So this is on a cobbled street in Queens. And I could take y'all there one day. And so Miss Genovese became a household name for the brutal way in which she died. Her cries for help going unanswered by the dozens of neighbors who were variously aware of the attack but failed to intervene. It is a storyline that has been largely debunked, but it remains a sore spot with many Kew Gardenites who are tired of people asking about it. I'm surprised they used the word debunked there. You should see my face when I had to say debunked. A renewed interest in the Genovese case was stirred by the recent death of Winston Moseley, the Queens man who was found guilty of her murder and spent the rest of his life in state prison. You have to leave. We get this all the time, the bartender said on Tuesday. 2 weeks after the murder, an article appeared on the front of the New York Times under the headline, 37 who saw murder didn't call the police. This is a big shit. I remember this story. The only reason why I know it is because it's a big shit in Queens. If you were a kid growing up or a teenager going out, people always told you to stick with other people. And when I used to work in Forest Hills. My first job was at Woolworths, and that was in Forest Hills. And my boss would walk me to the train station to make sure I got to the train station, which was at the other corner in the nighttime when it closed, all because of this one case. And it was because there was 37 people who witnessed this and nobody called. And when they're counting the people, they're counting all the windows that was in the site, because it was like in broad daylight, not broad daylight, but it was in broad view. Like if you looked out your window, you could see. While the behaviors of the neighbors became the source of the intense academic scrutiny, how so many people could be seemingly driven by carelessness or apathy, many of the article's facts turned out to be wrong as more interviews and research emerged over the years. There were, for instance, far fewer witnesses, and what they actually saw was not as clear-cut. Still in Kew Gardens, a neighborhood that has the same small town feel as it did back then, the specter of Miss Genovese's killing and the neighborhood's response continues to cast a pall. The Kitty Genovese story, the world knows, was an exaggeration of what really happened, but for better or worse, it put Kew Gardens on the map. Some guy, 57, who recalled hearing about the murder while growing up. Hell yeah, we heard about this murder. You want to say people in New York are heartless? We're tough. We're not heartless, we're just tough. The crime resulted in the term Genovese syndrome, the tendency not to intervene when witnessing an act of violence. It's in every psychology book. So wait a second, Nikkei, have you ever heard of the Genovese syndrome? And they said the neighborhood was practically synonymous with the murder. I knew two things about Kew Gardens. Pastrami King, damn, and that closed down. I know about Pastrami King too. And Kitty Genovese, referring to the well-known and now shuttered deli nearby on Queens Boulevard. It really stuck with women here. You don't go out late by yourself. And that is true. I kid you not. Hey, Katrina. And, you know, you didn't know my life in Queens. But even to this day, which is kind of funny, because even to this day, even though I lived in the projects, I didn't grow up in my childhood, I didn't live in the projects. My adulthood, I lived in the projects. But I lived on Austin Street. These streets where this occurred, the store owners and everything knew my kids as they grew up and everything, because I shopped and did everything there. A lot of things have changed. There used to be a Barnes and Nobles there. Now it's a fucking Target. They turned Barnes and Nobles into Target. Look what I'm talking about. Barnes and Nobles, the librarian, and this and that. But everyone knew my kids. My daughter still goes to the eye doctor on that block, on that strip. The ophthalmologist is there. Every doctor I had was on that strip. I even sent my parents there. So everything I did was in that area. And the purpose of me pulling up the story was to say that white folks ignore crime too. So I just wanted to shed that, because yes, they did make a movie about her. They definitely did make a movie about her. Oh, the name of the movie? That's it. It's the Kitty Genovese story or something. I forgot what the name of the movie was. Murder of Kitty Genovese. No, what was the name of the movie? Oh. With my license, you could not fire a warning shot. So in New York, you could not fire a warning shot. Wait, he's telling me he lives in New Jersey too. So okay. You hit the nail on the head, Monica. That's why I wanted to connect that story. Just not to marginalize or decrease the intensity of this story, but to just let you know it has happened. It's happened in the white neighborhoods too. Crime is crime. People are reluctant to get involved in crime. Normally, people committing crime don't really look like punks, except for the ones here on YouTube that just, want to go attacking people. When you just feel like you can look at them and just be like, I could tackle him. Normally they travel in more than one. That's what empowers them to conduct crime. So, and that's not good. So I'm saying all that to say the focus on the community needs not to be exclusive to shutting down this. So I'll say that exclusive to shutting down the store. I think they're missing a target there, unless the store has some other. They need to work on their crime that's there. And that's it. I believe that's the same everywhere because a bullet doesn't have a name on it. Could land anywhere. That is definitely true. And in this circumstance, what stands out to me with this story is that there wasn't a gun used here. That's why I'm interested to hear the ages. But I also think it has to do with the type of gang, maybe the type of gang they're alleged to belong to. Isn't that some shit? I had to do one of those too, Katrina. I was like, yo, they asked you for commentary afterwards. Sidebar, y'all. So I wrote commentary after mine. I'm like, I am not comfortable knowing that you just told me all the escape routes along with a would-be killer here. Like it was just like a freakiest shit. So I'm getting trained how to avoid. I'm like, let me tell you, 2 things I don't think I'm going to be hiding. Yo, Katrina, I want to know if this is the same video. Did the man, like they say, use anything to protect yourself? Yo, did the guy have a hammer? I'll wait. Because they showed us a video. That's why I'm weary, because the weapon matters for the type of time they will get. No, in New York, so in New York, the statute is dangerous weapon. Oh, and my friend is pointing me to look up pistol license section in NYPD. They have a manual there. So let me tell him thank you. I'm in Essex again. What was I gonna say? So in New York, so dangerous weapon, and then they have a list of things that fall under dangerous weapon. So firearm, knife, machete, all of those things fall under dangerous weapon. So their language is broad. It's a dangerous weapon. So anything, and then it goes further to describe it as any instrument that can cause bodily harm. So it also further, at the end of whatever the statute is, it includes any instrument that can cause bodily harm. So like it could fucking be a pen. You know, like it just covers anything that is missed. So for instance, a letter opener at your desk. It's not a knife, but it could become it could be considered a dangerous weapon. They say use staplers, letter openers, anything you can. Yo, they showed us a video, Katrina, and the old guy gets up, right? Because, you know, it's like they got this pop, pop sound going in the background. So the guy is like, do you hear that? It sounds like gunshots. It's an old guy, right? Looked like he probably was ex-military or whatever. All of a sudden, his fucking ass in the video got a freaking hammer. I'm like, all right, I gotta go. How he got a hammer? So everyone's laughing at me because I'm just like, all right, I done had enough of this shit. Like, I could not use. But yes, I did then go purchase me a well, I got an X-Acto knife at my desk, which I carried in my thing in with me. I told y'all I'm Puerto Rican. We believe in blades. So I have an X-Acto knife, but I definitely did purchase the letter opener, the one that is looks like a knife, because I intend to fight, like, because they say first you either run, hide, or fight. Fight is my last thing because my ass is running and I am not stopping. I'm knocking over people. I'm getting the fuck out of Dodge. Okay? Active, whatever, in the office. But I just can't believe that you're actually having a training and they telling you all the places to hide. This is the fuck first places this motherfucker gonna go. Now I gotta find some alternative spots. Yeah. So I'm telling you, if you're ever in an active shooter situation, they are telling you to run, hide, or fight. And they emphasize, if you're gonna fight for your life. So I'm figuring they're telling you that shit because you might get in trouble having this fight. So Daryl Caesar, you're full of shit right now. Some guy starts shooting up the office and you're gonna go running looking for his ass to have a fight? Fuck out of here. Mo is gone. Mo will be on the go. You will see my ass like this. I'll be booking out the shit. Like, they was like, leave your stuff behind and this and that. That's why you see all my shit is in carry cases. You know why? Because I carry my shit around with me all the time. Oh, wait a minute. What is organized? Then the question remains, who was smart enough to know not to use a gun for this? Oh, no, that's not. No. This is why. Let's do this. What's the name of that gang? Gangs in New York are territorial and known for their style of being a gang. What was that name I saw? It's something with a T. Well, it was like Titans. No, it was like what Trinidadians. It was like something T. No, it's not. I can't believe you saying all the stuff that you're saying right now. I'm trying to find a gang name. Without having to look back at that thing. Please hold while I look up the information. Oh shit. They got an interactive map. Oh. Okay, wait a second. Before I pick that up, they got an interactive map on the damn thing. Who fuck does this? In New York. They got gangs of New York. So, the Daily News. Go figure. Gangs and street crews can be found in every pocket of the city, according to this map, based on information provided by the NYPD. Yo, where's Miss Ride or Die? I remember a couple weeks ago, she was on Truth's platform talking about they don't got gangs in New York. Clearly, not everyone in these areas are in a gang, but their territories bleed over many neighborhoods. Are you on their turf? Find out. Yo, this is all right. I need Adrian. Sorry, P Money. This would be a game he would play. Okay, I just want to do y'all a look at this map. This is the map of New York, and all the red are active gangs, and in the yellow is the inactive gang. What fuck happened? They retired? Oh my God, I think they called him. Oh, laugh out loud so he knows how to invade it. Okay, let's see. Oh, let me get to the section that's New York. This is Staten Island. This is Long Island. This is New York up here. So where's the Bronx? So the Bronx is towards Yonkers. So where's Queens? All right, I'm gonna go up here because up here, when you get up to this section, well, this is a stupid map. Oh, oh my God. They got a gang. This is probably not what I want to do, but they got a gang called TMG, right? The True Money Gang. So as you hit on the sections, it tells you gang names. But I'm just going to put gangs have a preference. Yo, you know I'm retarded right now. The chat is going in and out. Sorry, guys. Ty, you in the Bronx? I want to make sure I'm hitting on the Bronx. Melrose, that's in the Bronx. I'm in the Bronx. Oh. So I just got to put my disclaimer out here. I'm not an active member of a gang. I don't know any active members of gangs. Yo, they got a gang that got child in the name. Yo, I got to go back over here and see what the fucking name. Y'all want to know what this gang is called? This GFC, God's Favorite Children. Yo, I'm sure Trump. I miss you too. Should I miss all the people? Yeah, they got. All right, Nugget. Now you're getting carried away with this stuff. They have the Young Fly Bridge. Oh. You know what? King of Folk gonna be mad. They got an FOE gang out here, and it's forest over everything. I want to say that again. Forest over everything. Oh, he works in the same area. Hot dad, we could go to lunch. Oh, great. Hold on, wait a second. Oh, he's like 2 freaking buildings down from me. I would have ran into him anyway. Thank you, YouTuber, for getting me to like find. Oh my God, this was my favorite thing. He came to Chico's funeral. Actually, him and Chico was very close. He's not only he's the only employee at the job that I wasn't afraid to tell about the ratchet ass funeral. Anywho's, I don't see this gang, but let me see if I put in the name now. However, this website works. The interactive math. Select the gang. All right, let's select the gang. All right. First, the numbers come first. Why were we looking up the gang anyway? Yo, I gotta get off this YouTube. I'm up here about to be making fun of people's gang names, and that's not even cool. Okay, so this gang that these kids belong to is not here on this list. That's another thing I wanted to say. The kids formulate their own groups, and the police refer to them as gangs and give them names. So there could be zillions of gangs and things. But let me type in the name that I can't see the chat right now. Okay. Because it keeps people. All right. TIRI. T. Okay. I'm retarded. I got to do this first. Oh, shit. I got the headset out. Hold on a second.
Trinitario.
Trinitario. I wanted to make sure I was saying it right. Trinitario. Dominican gang. The gang is known as the Trinitarios, and the NYPD says it has been watching and fighting them for years. Pick up a gun, pick up a machete, rob an elderly victim walking home from the train is a one-way ticket to prison. The vicious murder of this young man, who authorities say was mistaken by his killers for a rival gang member. before being dragged from a bodega and slashed and stabbed with a machete is only the latest in a series of disturbing attacks. Days earlier, a 14-year-old boy was beaten and stabbed 16 times in broad daylight in full view of passing motorists on the Bronx River Parkway. Some of those attackers also used machetes. Others are believed responsible for robbing a middle-aged man on East 75th Street on the Upper East Side. Investigators said it's all the work of the Trinitarios, young Dominicans, many just teenagers. Federal agents rounded up dozens of the Trinitarians in 2009, but experts say the gang is making a comeback. You take the alpha personalities in each gang. If you don't stay on it, they're going to come back on you. Others will rise up. So they take the alpha, the leader. Police will step up patrols and intensify intelligence gathering. But Boyce says locking up the new leaders of the Trinitarios is the only way to curb the violence. Investigations are the key to bringing these things down, and they could take several months. So far, there have been 9 arrests in the 2 machete attacks. Police expect more to follow in the coming days. So this article supports my claim that the city council needs to leave the bodega alone as its focal point and work on their more serious problem is that you got people running around here But days earlier, a 14-year-old boy was beaten and stabbed. So I'm just going to say this one more time. A 14-year-old was beaten and stabbed 16 times in broad daylight. So not in the nighttime, not being dragged out of a bodega, but in broad daylight, in full, like the word Full, view of passing motorists on the Bronx River Parkway. And guess what? They got a video. They have a video. This is investigative reporting. And you could follow along on your devices as well. Channel 7, ABC, Eyewitness News from June 26th. What day is today? The Bronx, New York video release of this boy, right? It says, in the video, the group of suspects is shown attacking the 14-year-old boy in a median on the busy roadway last Monday afternoon as cars passed by. Well, how the cars are going to see that? I don't know how well this is going to show you. A median is like the divider, you know, that concrete divider that they put between the thing. Hey, Andre Kitchen. Shh. No, it's out there in Chicago. Chicago's the only place that has crime. If you've been on the YouTube streets, it's everywhere. It's where people have no control of the youth. And then people get so mad here because they want to pull. I can't pull it up. I'm not putting this stuff on the thing. Mo, pull up that article I just put on here. I saw the article you just I saw. You don't want me to see. I saw y'all comments. You want me to see the video where it's clear, where you can see knife things in people's hands. So I'm gonna take your word for it till later on. But Nikkei is saying there's a video out here that you can clearly see them wielding the knives in their hand. Authority says the incident is linked to the same gang believed to be responsible for the murder of, and you know, this becomes a whole big rap. Oh, okay, that's for me. Yeah, I saw it. I'm going to see it. We finally had a fireworks downtown. No shootings reported. Well, that's nice. Police said Guzman. That's a positive outcome. Was fatally we're getting some more information on Guzman's murder. He was fatally slashed in the neck with the machete in what is believed to be a case of mistaken identity. One suspect has already been arrested and is facing federal charges. Yeah, they're going down. Oh, shit. I didn't think about this. Once you cross over the state lines, I wonder why it's federal. Because it's gang related. They're probably going to give them a terrorist account. Because everybody was fearful to do anything in the neighborhood. Oh, God, these people are brutal in the justice system. Didn't even think about that. Yeah, I said that he was an NYPD Explorer. It's a new program where they introduced the youth to the police, and he wanted to be a police. He wanted to be an NYPD detective when he grew up. That was his pursuit. Ooh, what is it? One suspect has been, all right, 1 second. Polino's case will be handled by, so they explain why this other one. Wait, I got to back it up. They voluntarily came back. Because they were extradited. Well, I don't know if that's voluntarily, but they came back they all waived their extradition hearing. That's what it sounds like, because they're back here. One suspect has already been charged and is facing federal charges, including gang assault. His case will be handled by federal prosecutors, and as many as 12 suspects are still being sought. All right, so this was yesterday's article. Authorities say Polino lifted a large log over his head and slammed it down on the ground onto the victim, who was also stabbed 13 to 16 times in the lung and kidney in the melee. So this is for this boy that was over here. Police said the stabbing was followed by a shooting, and then they believe was in retaliation. So basically what the police are saying here is that after they had this stabbing on the highway, somebody else then went and shot at members of the other gang. Never ending cycle. So that just sounds like a little war right there, doesn't it? Well, I could tell you, I done read enough. I done saw enough into this. Man, I wasn't following the case. I did all of this right now. I don't know what other YouTubers put out here because I didn't even go to it. The only thing I heard was what I said I heard earlier at the beginning of this whole thing. All started with me being in New York and seeing that there was a murmur about this. I'm buffering. The only time I know if I'm buffering is my little guy over here, the little arrow thing will turn. I haven't seen it. And that's it. So, did we belabor this topic or what? Oh my. This was interesting. Did I miss anybody's Oh, this is just crazy. What's the 27 for, Andre? I don't know if you I don't they're gonna have more charges. They might have more charges, period. Because you have to include everything. But to get an indictment, you only need to all the felonies. I wonder how long it's gonna take to indict them. I could tell you this is crazy. I could tell you I'm about to be in the money tomorrow because I get to take back that stuff I bought to fix the tub because the guy bought the same stuff that I bought. But he got the real sander and was in there sanding that shit down. I'd have never done that. He had that thing looking smooth. That thing looked it nice. I was like, oh, he wasn't scared to mess with that tub. But it still had some spots on, some spots because it had a hole. I don't know. These kids today, they be solid as a rock. There's nothing to tell. They got video. They got video of them. What the fuck is there to tell? All you gotta do is match their face. Do the OJ Simpson case. Just like technology today is mad good. They should be able. like, oh my God, come on, these people. It's thing. Nuggets in his infinite wisdom right now. You know why? Because he is laying down over there. I had to bring his cage in here because out there was smelling a hot mess from whatever. When the guy was standing down the toilet, standing down the tub, it had this odor. And mind you, I've already done all the hard work for him because I stripped the paint. There was some fool painted the tub before. So I had already done stripped the paint off of the tub. And that's it. All right, guys. Y'all got anything else to add to this? Me and my I'm never getting this one again. I got triple berry sparkling seltzer water. This thing was nasty as heck. I should have got it in a smaller. It smells like gum. It smells like gum. No, I don't think these kids, the kids today that are involved in these kind of activities, they have a loyalty to, they got a better loyalty than the people we see here on I'm not even gonna go there. They are bonded. They have strong bonds. They don't differentiate. But I just wanted to point out that it's not just um this happens in every community. I'm sure we could do more research and we could come up with other cases because there are gangs in the white neighborhoods as well. They have their gangs too. Man, it's the same shit, different city. Yes. But do you want to put one person that owns a store out of business? Is that the solution to this problem? That brings me back. I just come full circle, having some detail, finding out who we're dealing with. Does that justify wanting to put somebody out of business because nobody acted? It sounds like nobody's acting anywhere when you can say that. I don't know how you're going to tell in your car that people were having a fight on the other side of the thing, but I guess if you see the machete. Okay. Hello, New Yorkers. Because I'm just going to speak for myself. If I am up there in Harlem and I see somebody walking down a fucking street with a machete, Monica is ghost. I'm do re mi fa so fucking out of there. So do re mi so fucking out of there that you don't know. If I get to leave, I'm out. I'm ghost. Like, I will read about it in the Sunday paper. I won't even read about it that day. I'll wait till Sunday. Can you just imagine? Like, it's like, how you just walking down the street with the fucking machete? That's a problem. Shit. Yes, I be like like beep beep. I might find the road runner to put on this. I'm so ghost out of here. But not trying to be funny. What should the community? What is the most appropriate action for the community? Shut down your grocery store. You just have to go further to buy your groceries with the Thank you, Rec. We're doing great. We need to find activities to re-engage the kids. The kids don't need to be they don't need to be growing up in a life where they have to defend themselves like this. We have to spend time rebuilding our communities. But shit, I don't know how we do that successfully when we can't freaking build virtual communities in the fucking internet without there being big drama like this. What is the definition of living right? For some of these people, that gangster shit that they're living, girl, bye. Black diamonds. You see how some of the people are portraying their lives here. What do you think in the real world? What some of this is some people's reality. Start with a lick of paint and the assistance to do that. People will take pride in their space. I don't think the neighborhoods are falling apart. I think the social activity is falling apart. Our ability to socialize effectively is in shambles. We are having challenges in cyberspace communicating. Can you imagine what people are like? If you could see this as being so counterproductive here, what do you think is happening when people are having interfacing with somebody? Personal interaction is different from virtual. No, it should be, and on most cases, it probably is. But when you are hearing stories like this, where people were afraid, and I can't really find a difference. We've got a whole narrative out here that people are afraid to come in chats because they are seeing how people are being taken down in the chat room. And they're choosing to stay on the outside and stand on the outside and be innocent bystanders and just watch. So I can connect this so hard to what's going on right here with our little community right here. We're having the same thing done. Only thing we don't see is machetes. What we see are people striking people's channels. That's the analogy. People were so fearful last night. Oh, they will be out flagging. Flagging is equivalent to a gang. A gang of people is going to go out and attack channels and take them down. It is ridiculous. It's thick. But I understand. Yes, people's voices are loud on this. No. The potential for social media to become a benefit to our communities is there. Tapping into that potential and growing it is difficult. And you come across the same nuances that prevent you from doing things. A nuance prevented this young man from living to his full potential. It's called a gang. It's a type of lifestyle. Whatever it was, prevented him from getting to his full potential. We have the same thing. It's similar. Similarly, here we face the same obstacles, but we just see it differently because we're behind. We're shielded by the platform that we come through. Right. It's so full circle. I know you wasn't here, Satsuma, for most of this, but we were talking about the young man who was murdered. Today was his funeral, and we just did some little preliminary looking into stuff to just connect some facts. We had a new member here, a new influencer joined us, Mimi, who happens to be part of a Facebook group for the family, and shared some more details of the stuff. And then I was like trying to fact check, not to be putting out misinformation or wrong information, but just like really digging a little bit deeper. Folks scared to lose. I missed that. But I was just saying that you can find similarities here when everyone's upset that people stood by and watched this boy get murdered. And I'm saying people stand by every day and watch channels get sliced. So we're doing the same thing in cyberspace that we're living out in the real world. We have to change how we think about things. We have to change our responses, and we need to get angry for the right reasons and take action for the right reasons, and really zero in on what's most effective, closing the store, or it doesn't cost a councilman any money to just tell these people that you should close the store. But it will take the councilman money if he has to invest in his community and put resources there to redirect the youth. And maybe you can't redirect the ones that are already lost, but you can sure invest in the future, the ones coming through kindergarten now. You can try to change their outcome. You can hide behind social media. Bet you won't say it to my face. Don't depend social media to help your community. That's more groundwork than words. You do. You need more. There need to be more soldiers on the ground. That's what we were talking about. I have a video way back when I speak on, and I wish Harris was here inside the chat, because these are people. No, I know. I you looked at my, you looked at my face. I know, not me. I know you're talking about, because that's way back up. The problem is my chat keeps going, so I'm trying to find the chat. But this is all tied into the last part of my name, justice. These are the type of things that I wanted to discuss on a justice level, but with an action plan in mind. Like, what can we broadly do? What action? How can we be effective? We use associate in one another until social media. Okay, real talk. The media is, of course, is ripping people apart from reality. We are, it is, but in the reporting of this, you get more hands on. You get more hands on. You have a more hands-on approach of understanding the nucleus, or understanding what ground zero was of this. We walk past homeless every day. Do we take action for the juniors in our communities coming on now? I must admit, I do pass the homeless by every day. And I have a paper I wrote on the homeless that I will read to you guys. I won't be coming here tomorrow night because I have to go to the movies. My job is going to the movies. But I have a whole paper on the homeless situation in New York, even though I think it's worse here in New Jersey, because they don't really give a damn in New Jersey. But I have homeless experience, not just being homeless, but having to engage with the homeless, that there's a lot of mental illness out here. But we're seeing in everything that we do, there's mental disease. In every facet. We're here on the internet, socially, and we know that there's mental disease. We know that there's mental disease in every facet of this stuff. The homeless, the walking dead, the walking real. I didn't think about that until just now that you just wrote that, Miss Coleman. I think that's why people be dumbfounded and lost in today's world on the social media. I think that I think the reason why people are lost on the social media because there's no guidelines. You're not being told no, and until you get to a certain extreme, then there comes a no. So there's no real structure involved. So people are independent to do whatever the hell they want. And we're seeing the outcome of that. Yeah, being a victim of a crime, that's that's harrowing. Like I can't imagine what this guy's life. I can't imagine what this kid's last moments was like or what that was like. You know, I'm with my little old hit and run heifer. You understand? People are negligent, careless, or reckless in what they do. Oh, what the fuck? I have the window open in the front. Is that a bell? Yeah, they got homie fixing everything. I think that was the intercom. I don't have an intercom. Please hold. I'll be right back. You heard it too? Me too. Hello. Let me close the window. All right, we acting like we ain't got nothing to do. Don't people have to leave work, go do something, be somewhere? That's great. Let me see what's great. That's great. He was there to save you. I'm glad he did. Okay. I'm glad somebody came out too. Man. Girl, Nugget, please. Nugget's a gangster. He does this like he's just he's corny with it. When I let him loose and the man was here, Nugget's looking at me like, you gonna let him in? But I guess Nugget was like, I ain't gonna pursue this any further. You know why? Because then I'm locked in my cage. So I guess he don't like to be in the cage. So whatever he sees that he did to get him in the cage, he don't want to do it. But I only put him in the cage because I don't want him to chase it. Because if he bites somebody, I'm gonna have to pay for that. And you know, they don't fix shit around here. Which I guess is not the case because I seem to convince them to come and fix my shit. That thing was looking ratchet anyway. Oh, that's good. I'm getting off. That's good. Peace, cryptos. Well, you know what I'm about to say. I'm glad we had this in depth conversation. And I thank you for listening. I think the influences for influencing the conversation, bringing it full circle, and maybe we'll expand on this again as we see what changes are made, if they shut down the store, if just see what happens. I don't want to participate in any circus, 3-ring circus here on YouTube in respect to the case, because I want to respect what's happening, and I want them to have a good prosecution of the guilty. I want to make sure that everyone that is arrested is in fact guilty, and that he or she has a fair trial. So I will be limitedly putting myself inside the mix of that type of activity. And if anything comes out, I will be more focused on the aftermath, the consequences of what happened. If anybody wants to pursue what's going on with the specifics of how did they get here and all this other stuff, I won't be that place for that. This won't be the place for that. I'm telling you right now. I don't want to disappoint you. If you're looking for a Kanika investigation, take 10. This will not be the place for that. This will be always a place to find justice. And right now, in my opinion, finding justice is putting very little concrete photography or incriminating stuff on the internet to pre-expose a jury so that young men don't get a fair trial and justice isn't found. Because in order to have justice, you got to have a fair trial. And I will not do anything in my efforts to pollute that outcome, to taint that outcome. Sorry. This is a case where people have been arrested. And they are innocent until proven guilty. And they have a right to have their day in court. Yes, when they go through the due process, when they do the due process, which includes not only just being arrested. I don't know if it has or it hasn't. All I know is that they are entitled to their day in court, and they don't deserve. If you're looking for justice, justice is blind. And when justice is blind, that's a serious statement because it encompasses so much. Hold on a minute. Hello? Hello? May I ask who's calling? I'm fine. Enterprise car sales. Yes. Mm-hmm. I'm still looking for a car, but not immediately. All right. You're the car spot that's outside of the train station, right? Yeah. Did you get anything that was under $10,000 yet? Oh. Okay. Well, I'll keep that in mind. But yes, I do have your card, and I have kept it near and dear because I was interested. All right. Well, thank you for following up with me. I appreciate it. Okay. Bye. He cute, but don't tell him I said that. I am not even looking still for a car. These people are still calling me for cars. Well, that's why I only went to the video that they used to try to capture a thing. But you can't always say, like, try to give things the benefit of the doubt. You know, I said earlier that New York is not Chicago. It's not Illinois. It's not. No, I'm gonna say no place. But what story doesn't add up? But what story here doesn't add up? If you start looking as to why they wanted to kill somebody and et cetera, then that don't add. Then that don't add up. You start looking outside the box. The bottom line is they killed somebody. Even if they were looking for someone else, they killed this person, and that person is entitled to justice. It don't matter that you found the wrong person and killed the wrong person. That person is entitled to justice. He's one less person here because of your act. So we just need to make sure we got all the actors, and then we go through the process appropriately and make sure we got the right people. If you didn't want to be found in that bad situation, your ass shouldn't have been running around New York City with a fucking machete looking to stab and shoot people, stab and kill people. The fuck? I mean, am I wrong for saying that?
No, bro. Don't even.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, we might, first of all, why y'all got me going here? I'm sitting in my little old house in New York, right? Let's suppose I'm inside my apartment, come home from work, getting dinner ready, blah, 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 blah. I turn on the news. This shit is all over the news, right? I'm a mother. I know my kid from the back of his head, the left side of his head, the right side of his body, whatever. You know your freaking kid. Hey, P. Smith. So you can miss this story if you got a television and you saw it. And then you saw your kid doing that shit. Come on already. I would have already had my kid down at the precinct. I'd have been crying all the way to the precinct. Like this. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Not getting his ass to Patterson. They should have been getting them to Dominican. The DR. The bottom line is, oh, so this motherfucker lied too. But at the end of the day, you know your kid. Tell me. For those of us that are parents, you don't know your kid? I could tell you if that's my kid's walk in the video. I'll be like, oh yeah, that's her. Oh yeah, that's her. No, that couldn't be my kid. No, that's not them because. So some shock. I saw, like, I remember there was one boy here, one boy here, and one boy here, and one boy. I remember seeing 4 kids. So 4 parents saw that shit, knew it was their kids. Now we starting to sound like Granny Green Screen. She was like, I know that's my daughter, because I could see that thing on the center of her face. The cartoon character, yeah, that shit just had me fucking dying. When she said the cartoon character, I was like, man, get Rose from 227 up off this fucking screen. I'm out of here now. Like, I'm done with this story. I done had enough. But the bottom line is, you know your kid. Some parents woke up. They knew that that was their kids on the thing. Someone knew it was their son. Yeah, you just like it's like Big Brother is watching, and Big Brother, once you saw this, you just knew. There's no getting around. There's no getting around that. There's no getting around that component of it. They, it's all there is to make sure that those are the right people. And again, I'm calling for justice, and justice involves the entire process. Very good count, very good statement. We don't want accountability. No one ever wants to be held accountable for their acts. I'm saying that part, and he goes on to say, Lando says, if there is a way to blame someone else, someone outside of the direct contributors, we will do that. So I just want justice, and justice involves the phase that we're going through. There was an investigation, there were arrests made. Now there is a trial, and you cannot do anything to jeopardize. I'm not going to do anything to jeopardize a fair trial being obtained, because justice now, because she's blind and she's unbalanced, she weighs on both sides. So the family of the victim wants justice. I always have to evaluate that. Do you really want justice when you're the victim? Like, are you really looking at this? But in any event, the family is entitled to justice, because that's what the system is built for, to have these people arrested, prosecuted, and put away. And the kids that are involved here have a right to a fair trial, and make sure that these are the right people arrested for this, and that they are held accountable, prosecuted to the extent of the law, to the full extent of the law, not statements made at press conferences that, like, I want them under the dirt or whatever I read inside that article, which I'm like, you are still an elected official for all the people. You represent the people that even did the bad. People often forget that, like, your constituency is a larger group. It's not just the people that you're for, it's also the people that you're against. Maybe that's why I'm not in politics anymore, because it is very hard to balance the favorables, because they're always like thinking you're supposed to, oh, I voted for you, blah 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 blah, this is my position. Okay, you voted for me to make good decisions based on the entire situation, not on favoritism, not on favorites, not on who's going to give me what. You wanted me to serve in our best interest, because also I'm a participant here. Not in my best interest, our best interest. Okay. I don't know if anyone is raped. I'm hearing the words, there was an alleged rape of a young lady that was friends of that one of the gang members, because so I'm gonna have to put alleged. There was allegedly a gang, and these kids are allegedly part of a gang, and one of the members had a family member, sister, that was raped, allegedly raped. And she pointed out somebody, and they went over there and looking for the person. But I am at the point of, that's a separate crime. And they should have, anyone was allegedly raped by anybody, it wasn't that young man, number one. Everyone is clear it wasn't that young man who died. He didn't rape anybody. So even if there was somebody raped, these people's vigilantism went out here and found the wrong person and murdered that person, and you need to be held accountable for it. So even if there is a rape in the forefront, that is a separate crime that may still need to be investigated and come to a resolve. But even if you found the rapist, and even if that is a critical component of the thing, because I don't know why, for me, it's not important, but I understand why it might be to some other people. But if it is a critical component to it, still, if your sister is raped, you and your friends cannot go out with the machetes and find her killer and kill her and kill him. Because in doing so, you may find yourself in jail too. There's still no self-defense there. There's anger. But it's not justified. Now, if the raped person killed the rapist in the act of raping her, then you got a whole nother case there. But this is, even if the motive was we're avenging, you're wrong. Every moment of it is you're wrong. So you know what they say. Here's a statement. Good night, Sharice, or later, Sharice. What was that thing that they say? The road to hell is paved with good intentions. So even if we want to consider looking for the rapist of your sister as being a good intention, the road to hell was definitely paved with it, because now you'll spend the rest of your life, or whatever you're convicted of, you'll find that time in jail. Thankfully, there was only one victim here in this situation. But I'm going to tell you, I did know somebody that did murder some people. This is my last story, and then I'm going on. He murdered some people when he was 15 years old. And he was let out of jail because it was back in the 80s when he did this. And he was let out of jail. And he was very quiet and very, very quiet. But he rented the basement apartment from my parents. So my parents, you know, they old people. They rented out to this guy. I met the guy. I said, he a weirdo. Something fucking wrong with him. Like, I didn't know what was wrong with him, but something was fucking wrong with him. So he had a probation officer, a parole officer, not probation, parole officer. He had a parole officer, and she came to the house to check the living quarters where he was living at. So, of course, he couldn't rent anywhere. You know why he can't rent anywhere? Because other people besides my parents do fucking background checks. And if you did a background check, he would be hard to rent something because it would show up that he was a murderer. My parents had no freaking clue until the parole officer showed up. And then she's telling them how dangerous he is. I'm like, fucking, what's his name? Guy. Like, I'm looking for this nigga. Like, I was like, what the hell? And they rented for him. He ended up moving. I think he lost his job or whatever, and then he moved. So he didn't present them with any issues not paying rent or everything with him was on time, but he was creepy. Before the report was out, or before the parole officer came to the house to see him, It was crazy. I don't even want to repeat that story up loud, but that's an amazing story. Y'all could read it in the chat. It won't be on replay. I'll delete it. Well, you know what? Let me say this because I say that and these people will. Is she still alive, Miss Coleman? No, I did. I took it off only because I don't want it to show up in the feed later on. Yo, y'all be forgetting we under attack still. Like we doing business as usual, but shit, we still in attack mode. It is. It's an amazing story. It's an amazing story. But I gave this guy a story because he was 15 years old and he was able to get out of jail 18 years later. So he was about 33 when he was renting from my parents. And he just, was very detached. He was very detached from society, from thing. And I was telling him, I was like, he act like he's in jail or something. Like, I don't know what it was about him as smiling, but he gave me the goofy smile, like the one like, I undressed you with your eyeballs. I was like, oh, we gotta do something with him. And I had my daughter running around there and she was just a teenager, then. And I was just like, cause he come up the stairs, I'm gonna have to knife him. Or get the bat. Ooh, 97. Wow. I saw my name on something. So the chat keeps disappearing. Like, what do you mean when something goes down in New York? You never hear it on the news. Well, to be quite honest, I haven't heard the news since the Kanika case. I'm telling you, when it went time to pay the October bill, I ain't paid it. I cut off cable when October. I was just like, who the hell is going to spend all of that money on cable when I'm up here on the YouTuber? No, but let me tell y'all his crazy ass. That's what I was going to do. I was going to tell y'all how he murdered the person. Yo, this kid, because I read the story. All right. It definitely was a double murder. He did a double murder. He shot the people in the back of the head in the car. So he was in a car with them and he shot them in the back of the head. So I don't remember if it was owing money or whatever, but he was 15 years old at the time. I think they sent him in because of his age, whatever gang he was with. This is in Jamaica, Queens. And he was passenger in the back seat and he shot them in the head. And he went to jail for, I think he had like a 25-year sentence and he served 15 years. He served like 18 years of the 25-year sentence. But if he ran around here on the internet like some cray that we know all about, I'd be concerned. Because he was like, I mean, I had good conversations with him, but it was a goofy look because I always felt like he was undressing me. I had good conversation. Let me correct myself. I had okay conversations with him until I found out that he was a criminal. My ass was like, ha, bye, whatever. The rest of the time I was sitting on the steps, and he'd come and sit, just like all the boys in my neighborhood come sit on the steps, and I'd be like, just like this, blah, 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 you know, just talking, shooting the breeze like I do. Until I found out he was a thing, I'd be like, ha, bye, and I had to read the story. I just can't remember. I know his name was Guy or something. Something with a guy is his name, but he was 15 years old when he shot people in the back of their head inside the car. And that was it. And I think one of the people he shot had kids. It's already something to murder someone in self-defense, but it's super crazy on a whole different level to search for someone to murder. Yeah, it is, but I don't even, this is why, you know, if you listen, like if you were paying attention years ago, they were having all of these campaigns every time they have one of these mass shootings, right? They go in and they try to evaluate the person. Who was it? All right. It was the one with the movie theater guy. He freaked the shit out of me, the movie theater guy. Y'all remember him? Remember he went into the movies? He went into a Batman movie and just started shooting up the fucking place, but he was all in costume and shit. And people were sitting around the movie theater looking at it, and they was like, and they was looking at him like he was a fucking nut, but not like when the lights came on, did you hear what the people said? I will never forget this. These people said that they thought it was like a intermission. Okay, so rule number 10, whatever number we up to. If you're ever in a movie theater and the lights come on and shooting starts, this is no intermission. When you're in a movie theater, there is no live entertainment at any point in time. It is time to get the freak out of there. There is no, I just want to point out some survival skills, because I realize that we need to, be given these lessons. But there is no intermission. When you go to the movie plays straight out. When the lights come on, anyway, anytime at the movie theater, when the lights come on, it's either time to enter the theater or be leaving the theater. So that's a good rule of thumb. But you do not stay around trying to figure out if they're going to have live entertainment at the front of the theater. Okay, just saying. Because they was like, oh, he was all in costume. We thought it was part of the show. No. It's the movies. The film. Everything you're going to see is on the film. It's not coming live in the show. That's all I'm saying. No, I go everywhere. I just be by the exit. I probably spend more fucking time looking at the exit. Like, who fuck this guy? Doing one of those numbers. But it's never really been anything I want to see that don't come on Showbox that I can't watch for free. So what the hell? Like, there's no reason I'll be stuck there. But this guy, he stood up there. So my point of bringing his ass up was that he done shot up everybody in the place, right? Then he just calmly is walking outside to get back to his fucking car. Who are you, baby boo? And he booby trapped the apartment. I said, these people is crazy. I think the most thrilling, we're talking about mass murder. See, P. Smith came in here and now we're talking about serial killers. How about, what were they calling them? The snipers, the DC sniper? What are y'all thoughts about that? Is there a YouTube conspiracy I never heard of? I be on Showbox too. Fuck out of here. I be like, Showbox. Where my movie at? Fuck out of here. Can I get it on a big screen? I be telling y'all I'm a broke mountain. I be trying to find ways to save money. Now, who did I ask y'all about? I asked y'all about somebody. The chat disappeared. This has become a bad habit. I'm not coming out here no more. Not trying to put it out there as a challenge, but I guarantee it wouldn't. It wouldn't be a real live shootout if he went into a Tyler Perry movie or something. Hell yeah, I save money. I like to, spend money on the big stuff. Really, they do? I know we were talking about the DC sniper, but really, they do? Oh man, that's too much shit for me. Man, that would have me like, well, I'll know when I get grandkids, then I'll go to the thing. Unless I have my husband's child. Would that be funny? Like, no, I don't even want to talk about it on the YouTube. I save. I really do. I'm so like when I walk, I sleep. I know that's right. But Lee Malvo and them. You see how they gave that fool the death penalty? And he gone. I always wondered about that because he's like the second ex-military person that I know got the death penalty and is gone. Because the other one is the one that did the Oklahoma bombing of the daycare center, the Social Security building, whatever building it was, the government building that he did. But he was a former Marine or something, and then all of a sudden. All right, that's off the topic. We won't be talking about the DC sniper right now. Nick, you gotta stop me when I start these things. You know I don't know this stuff. I get that face so I can edit the movie better. Well, you enjoy your seafood. This is crazy. No, but I found the DC sniper. The DC sniper thing, yo, that was the year I was homeschooling my son. So, y'all know me. I was homeschooling my son, and I had a private tutor come in because I'm not no damn teacher. You understand? But I was trying to prove a point because I didn't feel like he was getting what he needed. And we'll do your vigilante thing. And this was the case that summer, that the beginning of the school year. It's like October, like September, October. I will never forget sitting there in suspense in front of the television all day long, waiting to see where they was gonna strike next, who they got, how they was investigating it, everything. Yo, I was like all over that thing. And it killed my whole world when the shooter was black. I couldn't process it for days. I couldn't process it. I just could not process it for days. I was stuck. So Coleman's question is, do you feel that vigilante tactics are justifiable in this unjust world sometimes? That's a very that's a question that kind of answers itself because you end with sometimes. So you're already, it's like already just setting up the question to say, no, it's not, but sometimes it is. Yes. I'll be listening. Forgot cell phone, shaking my head. Yep. But I'm gonna go too because last night when my daughter came home, she was like, "What's for dinner?" And I was like, so I don't want her to come home tonight and be like, "What's for dinner?" And she'd be like, "Now look, your ass just didn't have use of the bathroom." Yes, they do. Most of them be Caucasian. And they let them have the easy way out. And that be driven. Oh, she said they let them have the easy way out. Why? They killed them before they get caught? I don't know. I just feel like I really can't make this stuff up. I can't make this stuff up. Here we go with somebody else starting something and ending it on their own. So for the record, Mo, you don't like another YouTuber, but I apologize. What are you apologizing for? Well, I appreciate your apology. Thank you for stopping by with it. I appreciate it. That makes me feel so much, but we have no issues in peace. I was hoping I was hoping that we had no issues, and I appreciate you stopping by to say that. Anyway, um, thank you. So here we go. Oh, they killed themselves. Yeah, most of the times they do kill themselves. It's just be like, um, these damn serial killers. Like, but I honestly think they want that out. They go in with the mission that they're not gonna come out. They go in with the I'm not getting away because they never really have getaway plans. Like, how the hell you don't have a getaway plan? That should just be like killing me. Like, you just be like, oh my God, what is going on with these people? Like, you ain't even try to get away. Now you know. This is why I should have known that Lee Marbo and them were black because they got away every time. They had a getaway plan. They was in their car. They was doing everything else. I think I'm going to make well, she doesn't eat meat. So it's gonna be something that has like broccoli and rice with it. You know, that I mix a vegetable and something else with it. And that's about it. You know, like it's just not a thing. Hey DC. Oh my God, talking about my daughter. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that was to make sure you're here on that day. Didn't we agree you was gonna be home on Friday so I could go to work? Oh. No, you don't need to go there for 3 hours. Yeah. It takes you 3 hours to get there. Yeah. I know. What you want for dinner, honey? Everybody on the internet wants to know what you want for dinner. Macaroni and cheese and broccoli. Do we have macaroni and cheese? So somebody got to go get macaroni and cheese. Where are you at? All right. So walk over to Wegmans and get. You got money, right? All right. So go over to Wegmans and get the macaroni and cheese. I think they got the one I like. All right. And I have chicken up there if you want. Okay. All right, bye. Thank you. Bye. Love you. We got broccoli though, okay? All right, bye. Yes, that's what she wants for dinner. Oh, isn't that so nice? See, didn't I tell y'all it's a wonderful life when your child calls you and just speaks to you? So maybe I should look in the cabinet because who the hell knows? No, I think she made the macaroni and cheese the other day. But I don't like I get the Kraft macaroni and cheese that's in the box, but the one with the 4 cheeses. And then I got cheddar cheese. I'll be hooking that sucker up. I'll be grating cheese. But y'all know I got like a cheese fetish, I guess. Yeah. No, I won't be cook what you got. We ain't got that. We had that over here. Oh my God. What was the guy name that was the officer of the law and exposed them, got fired, and killed? What? Wait a minute. He did all of that? The little guy? Yes, Mimi. I was telling everybody about you earlier. We moved off it. We moved off of that topic, but we was just talking about serial killers. Anybody know this guy in front of me? Oh, I really have to go though, because you know what? Well, I got like another 10 minutes, 15 minutes. I know why Nugget is coming here, because I don't get home at 6 o'clock, but I get home like 6:30. So he's like, listen, bitch, we're just going outside. So I can do my thing. Oh, you was on lunch break, so you had to go. Yes. He's like, my friend is like, it's so good. Oh my God. He was like my best friend at the job. He left like the year before I got fired. Oh, that's okay, Mimi. Yeah, don't be doing the YouTuber at work. And that's it. But somewhere like after you left, I was telling everybody about how engaged you was and your knowledge of the case based on your experience, and so on. And that's it. I don't think we discovered any more facts since when you left. But that's crazy. So I have to walk Mr. Nugget. Yeah, we be shooting the breeze. We ain't got nothing else to do. Somebody else will go live in the group and then we'll just end up over there. Well, thank you, but stop by anytime. And if you have any updates, please let me know. Yes, his daughter is 6 years old. I have to like thing. Great show. Yeah, so generally I'll be at work at this time. I'll come on in the evening. The baseline of the focal point. So I did speak to somebody after the live, and Sharice is gone, but people are giving me so many suggestions on how to move the channel forward and what to do differently. And earlier D came in and was like, one of her comments was like, you should build a mission statement. That's why she asked me if you had a mission statement. And I was like, yeah, as soon as I get the focus together, because I'm merging Monica, the Mo Justice together and what that looks like. So when I'm formulating it better, I'm going to incorporate you guys into helping, because you're the influencers and you're part of the show, or you're part of what makes the content grow. So I am going to write that mission statement with you guys so that we're all incorporated together. We're doing this bad boy together and see what comes out of it. And that's it. And I'm always looking for things that we could do as a unified group. I got slammed on the unity word. Why I don't do the unity? Like, why I don't call it unity? Why were we divided in the first damn place? Did I need to be calling for unity? So that's why I always say the unification, one unified group, because I feel like we shouldn't have even been at a point of doing that. It's probably gonna come. Last night I really had the game. I was gonna come out here with words and stuff, and then I was just like, we got into whatever it was, and I was thing. I mean, I had this whole. I had went through my Essence magazine, and did y'all see the new sandals for the summer? Jesus, Joseph, and somebody's Mary. Ha! I was like, bam. Oh man, girl, please stop. You ain't said nothing. You ain't said nothing, but I gotta start buying this magazine. First of all, Mary Kay changed their format. Ugh. I really gotta speak to Glib because I need to figure out how to do stuff better than this. Okay. So Mary Kay came out with their new formula. It's called 3D. I gotta get that. I was trying to use up all my old formula. So does anybody, is it just me? Is there an issue with Colgate? Is there an issue with Colgate? Like Colgate versus Crest? So one day we'll do that. Because because I'm seeing that Colgate is showing up over here in the Black magazine. But I remember somebody sending me something and telling me not to use Colgate, and I switched over to Crest. But all the teeth whitening, and the only reason why I was doing this teeth whitening, he's gone now. I was doing the teeth whitening thing is because if motherfuckers is making videos about my teeth, I need to fix that. So fluoride causes cancer. Oh. I was trying to get a whitening. Just so y'all know I'm always on the move. Is Christian Combs, Puffy Combs' son? I think so. Hold on. Like Mimi's like, shit. What don't cause cancer? I live, got cancer. Wait, hold on. So yes, his father is P. Diddy. This is what I don't like about privilege. See, this is this privilege stuff. Now he's all featured in the darn magazine. Let me do it this way. He's all featured in the magazine. I'm really gonna get this up and going better. And they show. I should have known that's who that's who he was. Then they had this one here with this guy, and he is wearing some orange type of sneakers. Those are Nikes. Those are Uptown. He got a big ass foot too. But they're like an orange color. I can't see the chat. He's wearing white pants. Well, where are Wi-Fi towers? I'll be looking at their asses the next time I go. All right. So now the shorts for this summer, we're going to have a real problem, ladies. These things are made like out of cloth this summer. So that means people's asses going to be coming out of shit. If you got a badunkadunk, it's going to be coming out of a lot of stuff. Okay, and just for the record, I don't know if y'all going to be able to see. All right, y'all can see. So it depends on how I angle this. So they have some double rainbow leopard print poplin shorts for $175. So I was like, listen. Ain't no darn pants worth no $175. Y'all better get on my $25 budget thing. So down here, Lulu's, which is like some tie-dye things, they are $44. I'm gonna get to the shoes in a minute. I got to the shorts first. So people's asses are gonna be hanging out all over the place because, excuse me, these things are a hot mess. They're all material. And of course, this magazine wouldn't be remiss if they didn't have a pair of $690 shorts. Why is the light fucked? Like, what light is on here that's making this look like this? As much as, didn't I just darken this thing? Oh, hold on a second. I've lightened it back up. Okay, these shorts, these motherfuckers right here are $690. Let me find out that I'll buy a pair for $600 anything. I'm like, shorts. Understand? I don't even got the bottom part. It's just some shorts. That's why I at the Essence magazine, I be like, what the fuck are y'all thinking? All right, so most of the shorts this summer, you're going to see them with a lace trim on them. Or, that dress I had on the other day with the thing, like, see, this Apelli type stuff on it. Tomorrow we're going to the, I guess, Broadway. So I have my dress. I got my shore. I'm all set to go. And I'm wearing my whatever they are. I'm going to be rocking it. So also tie-dye seemed to... Fuck out of here. Espadrilles. Yeah, espadrilles. Yeah. I was telling Nicole about it. She was like, what? I was like, it's just the way the shoe is made at the bottom. So I'm hoping I could really wear them. Yeah. I'm hoping I could really wear them. But so for the summer, you will see a lot of tie-dye stuff and a lot of eyelet. Is that how you say it? The EYEL eyelet look. Okay, so I think now we're being able to see the page a little better. This is what sandals are out. It's not that the sandal itself, it's the cut on the sandal in the front. Look at how the toes will be snug. So it's not just straight across. You see how it has like the opening? It's like it's a lip. Girl, we gotta get on those. We gotta get on those. It was just the make of the sandal. Yes, that's what I said. That's exactly what I said when I saw it. And the heel is, the big clunky heel is back. And these, even though you can't see them, you will see that they have the same kind of cut in the front. So it says, these stunning sandals make a bold statement without killing your feet. And these are all within price range. I think they're significantly within price range. But if you wait till after the 4th of July, all of these suckers will be on sale if you find your size. So the tassel one, so this one is a tassel. It got little tassels on it. So it's a basic sandal with some kind of design. So these are going to have, I know, Mimi, we're crazy over here, right? We done went from murder to shopping. I'm a girly girl, that's why. They're $49. Katy Perry is probably the most expensive one here on the lot. And she is the sandal on the top with all the blinged out sandal. That's $100. And the one that I showed you, that's from Banana, I think. Let me make sure. The 3. Yep, 3 is from Banana Republic. And the only reason why I know that's from Banana is because, I have a Banana card. And I told y'all, I shop at Banana. My clothes either belong to Banana Republic or Calvin Klein. Ain't no Gucci, girl. Gucci is a dream. You hear me talk about Gucci? I'm dreaming. Here's something now in the open toe. Get your sandals, get your feet done. Man, they done poom these up. Look at this stuff. They done poom these up. Yeah, we got a limit. I got a limit too. At Banana Republic, girl, Nicola, where you at? Nicola, tell them I am the cheapest, expensive bitch you could meet. I'll be in the $20 zone. I don't want to go over anything $20. I'll be like $20, $25. So I shop at Banana Republic, but I shop at Banana Republic Outlet. And when you have their credit card, you get additional 10% off every purchase that you make. That blouse you liked the other day with the sleeves were Banana Republic. My jeans, Banana Republic. I got one pair of jeans because, I have to have a pair of Levi's. But otherwise, Banana Republic. I have staples in my wear because, you need a pair of Levi's. Only thing I'm missing in my my wardrobe is a Croc pair of pants. I need some of those. Gucci Beyond Rich. I don't even know what they call that. I don't know, but I will get me a Gucci bag. I just won't get me a Gucci bag anytime soon. I will have one. Okay, so this is the sandal de jour. It means that this is the one. I was afraid to look at its price. I'm still afraid to look at its price. Either one of these type of sandals, I'm going to get. So I'm going to show it to you. I gotta have one of these. This is just amazing. So this is like, and since I broke my foot, I'm not sure how this is going to work out. I got to come back this way with it. I think the color is too thing, but oh my God, these are, oh my God, these are so beautiful. They're so beautiful. I I have visions of when my foot goes in there, that my foot is just going to be in love. This is what my foot is going to say when it goes in there. The broke foot first. It's going to go like this. Oh, shit. We shouldn't be talking about feet around here. Oh, my goodness. I went to Ross one time. Remember? Remember when I got the car that I had for a couple of days? I went to Ross that day. Oh my God. And I got fried pickles that day too. Everything was in that same area. Right after I came out of what was the name of that store? Oh God, what was the name of the store I went to? I went to, but it's a junk, mine was a junky ass Ross. But I think because it competes with what's the one? Oh shit. TJ Maxx and stuff. But I was over there at Nordstrom's Rack. And it's weird because I read this whole magazine and I can't tell you what was of interest in this magazine. I was down to, I spent more time, the articles are corny. I spent more time on the ads than I did on the articles. And I'm still trying to understand how the men were wearing this thing. The hairstyles were messy. But there's definitely a thing out. There's definitely a whole thing out. Oh, I like hand-me-downs too. I just like when somebody hand down something to me. I like it to be free. Free, that's for me. You know what's so crazy? I didn't even look to see what the new book was. I feel so bad now because my daughter had to go get. I'll go to the store over here. I'll go to the store over here and look for the damn. I lost what I was at. I will spend money on perfume. If it smells delicious, wonderful, I'll buy it. I'm a sucker for housewares and keep up the kitchen gadgets. Every time I like a perfume, it gets discontinued. I don't know what it is. But I can tell you some people smell funky in some perfumes. So just because you like it, you better make sure it goes with your chemistry. Because I'll be all over it. My nose will be like this. Yeah, I don't know. You know when this man, I'm gonna give y'all a bathroom thing when he finishes with the tub. But I can tell you the new pictures of the tub, it still got a little bit of the staining at the thing because he got to do a second coat on it, which is why he needed to come back tomorrow. But he took too long today. If he would have did this morning and been finished like by lunchtime, I would have went to work. But I gotta be there tomorrow. But so he's gonna come back on Friday and do the second part of the lay it out one more time on the tub. And he gonna tell me he unstopped the sink. But the next time they'll take a picture of what he pulls out the sink because it was a lot of hair. So I looked at him. I said, I don't wash my hair in that little ass sink. So I don't know what the hell that was about, but I don't wash my hair in the little ass sink. The sink is yay big. But my daughter, she probably fucking did something with the weavy hair and stuff like that. Who hell knows? I ain't gonna say nothing to her until the next time I see her doing something over the sink. I said to him, we just got here. Oh, the article here says respect our roots. Oh, they have a whole article about why we braid our hair. I missed that one. So we'll cover that at a later date. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Oh, it's a big article though. Yo, they got this thing that says those pumps won't pay for themselves. Look at themselves. That's a Geico commercial. Who are these two? I've seen them before. I'm surprised I did not go to the book section. Maybe they didn't have books this month. Oh, here it is. So they got a book out called So Close to Being the Shit You All Don't Even Know. Let me look at this. Hold on a second. I'm trying to look and see. I'm trying to see what that book is. Well, that's what I saw the title. Who has a long ass title like that? When I have to go to page view, it's not that good. TV's new It Girl. Oh, maybe that's it. TV's new It Girl. Good girl star and Parks and Recreation cut up Rita can steal a scene with one side eye. If you read her Twitter feed, I plead guilty. You know she makes you think about giggling. Her talent is on full display in her memoir. So close to being a because it's probably time for me to go. It's time to go. It's telling me it's time to go. It was a wonderful afternoon playing hooky with you guys from work. And yeah, I know. We're talking about it's time to go. I don't want to say goodbye. You don't have to go off the YouTube. You don't have to go home, but you got to go from here. So it threw all of y'all out. I saw the numbers disappear. No, it's time to go. But Anyway, enjoy your Wednesday, and we'll do this same bad station. We'll rock out come next Monday. Good evening. This is Mo, and I gotta go.